Everybody enjoying the 4th weekend? Okay, guess everyone's out.
What's good, Club?
Just stop by to see if anyone was up and around, what their projection is for next week.
I'm sure there's people around. There's probably people around and doing the thing, but it's hard to predict a week in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
What about a day in front of you?
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
I don't even know what next cigarette I'm going to smoke.
There it is. Let's keep it real.
Mm-hmm.
What's it going to do today?
Yeah, just watching the range.
Right. For me, what happens over the weekend is except worldwide. Just projecting what the bond market is going to open up Monday. I'm kind of staying on the sidelines right now, putting a lot of money into health. 2 sectors, the job reports, I think we discussed this before, were up, but it was only in 2 sectors. That was 80% of the increase in jobs.
Top of the morning, good people. What's going on, family?
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Everybody holding up through this sideways, okay? Hopefully all of yesterday's hangovers have started to subside a little bit.
Looks like it's cruising and consolidating sideways here.
Yeah, battle of two ranges. Got some alt plays that need attention. Like Guns broke that double top last night. And we're about to be in 40 cents in no time. This shit was just 20 cents 2 weeks ago. Or 2 cents, I should say. 2 cents to 4 cents. Ghost, you got an open mic, or are you trying to say something?
Oh shit! I'm so sorry, dude.
You're good. We have 5 hours until we start putting in our new psychological ranges for the week, which means that for the next 5 hours, our old psychological ranges are still a magnet here on Ethereum. 244, 242. We don't want that, right? We want it to hold that range. So the game plan for Ethereum is for the next 5 hours, stay above 2464 until these psychological ranges flip. Take some of that drawdown out of there. Yeah, if you give me a second, I'll go through give me a second, I'll go through the watch list. Catch up on what everything's doing. Thing has got to put in a higher low at some point here, right? Just gonna V-shape to Valhalla. All right, give me 1 second. We'll go through the alts right now. All right. We break this daily open here on Bitcoin. We're probably coming through these licks down to our psychological ranges. Right? It seems like for the most part, most of these assets are trying to reach out their psychological ranges one last time before they set. Bitcoin's already sort of making that move down here. Give me a second. I know I'd say look at the alts, but let's see what Bitcoin does here real quick. It's not going to matter what the alts look like if we make this move down. We'll check right after. Remember, our current market maker algos are set to rebalance price to the half-day CME close. And our hope was that we'd get enough aggression on the books to sort of come up through that range above us, but you're gonna have to outperform the algos. You want dominance to be putting in a lower high here. And we already had a sort of cutback on dominance after that impulsive move. But if we put in a lower high and take out these bottoms, then maybe the alts can save themselves a little bit of pain. Yeah, Christoph, CME was open on Friday for half a day. Because of the holidays. Yeah, it sort of screws up the our little weekend swing. Not screws it up, just makes it a little more complicated to read. This flag obviously is at risk if we start cutting down close. Just bring all the recent price action in overnight. I'm good, Limitless. I'm good, appreciate you. How you doing? Let's go take a look at liquidations look like. This is what we looked like last night. Right? Similar setup to last week. Yeah, pretty much the same. Moving down towards the bottom legs. But pretty even on both sides. Good setup for a little whipsaw action. Damn. These are the buy orders that we have set. These are some new buy orders that just popped up. 1075, 1074. One oh seven five. Like somebody's defending some liquidations. soon as Bitcoin makes this move, we'll go take a look at the alts and see about catching some falling knives over there. I'll take a quick glance to see if anything's in danger. Yeah, if you noticed, almost everything is look at this uptrend from Sunday. See how dot's threatening to break. So like, just remember this pattern here. Yeah, and that's ETH BTC. ETH BTC is just clinging on to that overlay for no good reason. I'm not mad at it, but damn. ETH, same thing, right? Draw that uptrend. This is the uptrend that they're all threatening to break right now, which means that they're all trying to come in and put in a higher low of some sort. ICP already broke it. IMX already broke it. IOTEX is getting close. Jasmy broke its uptrend. KDA broke its uptrend. ATA is getting close. Yeah, it's what it looks like, Richmond. Launchcoin, LDO is just breaking uptrend. Link's broken its uptrend. LTC hasn't got there yet. Metis has broken its uptrend. Mu broke its uptrend. Wuhan looks strong. MQ finally hit target. Nitron looks sick. Videos showing off as always. Ondo is right at its uptrend. Others BTC. So this is the issue. Right? We really want this accumulation to be it on others BTC. Meaning this needs to be what pops us. My theory.
That rag though, Dbloc, you know?
Yeah. My theory, and I know nobody wants to hear this, but my theory is that it's got more to come down, which is why I haven't got into the micro caps or the mid caps. Right? I think we come down way closer to this support before we have a sustained alt season. Right? Closer to what ETH BTC did. That we waited patiently for ETH BTC to get down at the bottom. And that's where we ended up getting our accumulation, and that's where we ended up getting our pump. Right? So just burn that into your mind. Right? A visit back down. And then look at others again.
Yeah.
And it's not just others, right? Look at total 3 divided by Bitcoin. Right? Look at total 2 divided by Bitcoin.
Morning, everybody. What did I miss? I just threw my headphones on.
Just taking a look at others BTC and some of the totals BTC. We're just talking about how, well, I'm talking about how I don't think it's time for lower cap alts yet. I think they still get smashed up a little bit here. You know,
Yeah,
some
they are
of the
getting
higher
smashed up.
cap, some of the higher cap, some of the higher cap coins have already, if you look at their BTC pairs, right, they've already made that. This is an average, right? This is an average of all the of all the what you call it, excluding BTC and stables or whatever. The problem is that if you have one coin that's outperforming Bitcoin, cool, you've got no issues, right? But the more coins you add to your portfolio, the closer you're going to get to this average. Just statistically. You know what I mean? You've got 30 coins. I guarantee you they're not all outperforming Bitcoin. So your portfolio average is looking more like this against BTC. Because the coins that you have that are outperforming Bitcoin aren't really holding up the portfolio, not against Bitcoin value. That's why I'm keeping
that
my...
is my portfolio. That's literally what it's looked like for months.
So I'm keeping my selection, my alt selection, very tight. Very tight. Has to be over $1 billion market cap. Unless it's a, you know, I've got my lottery tickets too. But the main portfolio, it's got to be over $1 billion market cap for me. And it has to be bullish against its BTC pair. And it has to land squarely in 1 or 3 or 4 narratives. And if they can be dual narrative, even better. Which MA ribbon, Rajesh? The one that comes with traded the 50, 13. I use the 5, 13, 50, 200, and 800. For me, if it's not an AI gaming DPIN or America First / ETF filing narrative, I'm not paying any attention to it right now. So those are my 4 narratives that I'm concentrated on. Decentralized physical infrastructure, AI, gaming, and the ETF narrative. Oh, the one that looked like it had lasers, Rajesh? They were just like pointing out.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
What's going on, brother?
Dbloc, you mentioned something really important about a certain high market cap alt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not financial advice. What are some of those alts that actually check all of those boxes off? Ethereum, XRP. I mean, is there a? Would you just
So,
look up total
Sui,
thru or how?
the ones that we talk about on a regular basis, right? The ones that are holding a lot of mind share. The real easy way to check it is just check their BTC pairs. Like the first thing you should do when you look at your portfolio is, first of all, check market cap, right? Make sure that you've got a good, healthy market cap. Then you want to go and look at your BTC pair. Right, so whatever coin it happens to be, if you're looking at Sol, do Sol BTC. Right, and then you look at it and say, okay, does this look strong against its Bitcoin pair? Right, like if I'm taking a long on a 5-minute or a 15-minute, or if I'm taking a weekly trade or whatever, does this look strong? Right, so for me, getting into Solana, my bet is that we're putting in this higher low. Right, and that this was the bottom against its BTC pair, and that this is going to hold. The same way we'd be doing if we were catching a falling knife on a USD pair. But if this doesn't look like it at least has some sort of bullishness to it, then I won't even look at the USD pair. Right, if you got both things going for you, then it's a more successful trade. Now I'm watching closely because we see that Sol is taking a dip on its USD pair, and we're threatening to take out that lower high. So if it starts to show weakness on BTC, then I'll move my Sol position. Right? I'm less worried about what Sol is doing in USD and more worried about what it's doing in BTC. Because the last thing I'm trying to do is lose a single Satoshi on the trade. Right? The point is to get more Bitcoin, not to lose it. So if I'm holding Sol and BTC is outperforming Sol, that means I can make more money sitting in BTC. There's no reason for me to be in Sol. Right? But if you look at something else like, I don't know, like a Gala Games. Let's look at Gala BTC. Well, the chart is going to be messed up because of the damn, what you call it. But if we put it on,
Oh Jesus!
yeah, let me
What the hell's that?
let me find another Gala Bitcoin. That's better. But so yeah, so like when you look at this, you know, it's like, could it have found the bottom here? Yeah, but is it showing strength? No. You know,
Yeah, that's a scary one.
or like anything, like just pick
Yo,
Doge.
Bonk was going
So
crazy.
Doge BTC. There's always a decent BTC chart though. Doge BTC is pretty nice on the long term. On the long term, meaning like it's found new highs against its BTC pair and held it.
Yeah.
But on the short term, we just took out the lows. And it's building a bearish structure. Right? Which means dominance goes the wrong way when Bitcoin's going the wrong way, and this thing's going to fall out. So all I'm saying is that with dominance as high as it is and moving up, Bitcoin is the main play. If you're going to be in something besides Bitcoin, it has to be outperforming Bitcoin or you're hustling backwards, which means it has to look good on that BTC chart. If you wouldn't take a long on your altcoin's BTC chart, then don't take it on the USD chart right now. Not financial advice.
Right. NFA.
Yeah.
And just curious, how does Ethereum pair up?
Ethereum's looking decent, right? Ethereum,
It is, right?
unlike so the problem we're having with others BTC, like I said, is that I feel, and it's not just me, you know, people smarter than me are also sort of looking at this, but I feel that we're gonna have to come back to test that support before we get any real sort of bounce back on others. But when you look at ETH BTC, we've already
almost made the move first.
we already done that, right?
Mhm.
And we know that ETH leads the alts, right? So it's expected to do it first.
So that makes sense.
But my problem is this. So this is an overlay from 4 years ago, right? That white overlay is what happened the last time that we bottomed out on ETH BTC. Right? And the only reason I had it was because of, just for reference,
Double bottle.
right?
Kind of double bottle.
And yeah, this was COVID though. So we do have an excuse for this drop. But for the most part, that's when we bottomed out. So I just took that overlay. About a month ago, we dropped it over ETH price. Right down here when we were in this accumulation. This is why I was expecting that drop, that last swing out of that accumulation. And it's the same exact thing we did last time. came down, accumulated, swept one more time, and then bounced up. And after we bounced up, this price action has almost been identical.
Yeah, it's incredible how similar it looks. Just unbelievable.
And when we were
We got a
down
little bit-
here, when we were bleeding out, I came to this page and I said, look, I'm not saying this is going to match. There's no good reason for it to rhyme as much as it is. But if this is going to continue to match, then we're going to get an uptick on BTC here, on ETH BTC. And not only did we get the uptick, but I mean, we're matching the peaks and the valleys, and it's just dumb.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
That's
Like that's
kinda-
to the T.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb. But so this is my concern. How much of this was COVID? Right. We know this was COVID. Right. So we can't count that. Right? We're not going to bake in a black swan into price. That would at that point it's a simulation. You know what I mean? Like at that point, I might as well just stop doing TA and shit. But I feel like this drop here might be part of the natural movement, right? Which means that ETH BTC comes up and then drops. On this drop is where I think that our others BTC charts gets that final move down. Now, maybe because of COVID, we can take some of the sting off the bottom, right? Maybe it doesn't have to come all the way back down, but to be honest, from a TA perspective, this was before COVID. This move here was our COVID drop. So it still came down to 0.07. So I don't know. I'm gonna be watching ETH BTC as ETH BTC sort of corrects here. If it's going to, I mean, if it continues, we still have a couple more, a week or two of ETH BTC going up before it makes that move. But I'll be paying attention to the others BTC chart when we do make this move. And if we can touch down on that chart, or at least get close enough to where it's like, you know, within the margin of error, then I'll start to sort of dig into some alts more. Some lower market cap stuff.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where it's better to react to what the chart is saying.
For me, most of my dry powder is in Bitcoin. So for me, it's an easy play. If it's not outperforming Bitcoin, there's zero reason for me to spend my Bitcoin to buy it. That it would just be dumb. And I don't have to catch it. I don't have to catch the Pico bottom of when it flips and just as soon as you notice that a coin is outperforming Bitcoin, then you move into it. When it stops outperforming it, move back to your Satoshis and you bring back all those extra Satoshis that you just made. And now your Bitcoin bag is bigger. And then you flow in and out of your Bitcoin bag like that. That's if you're interested in like a Bitcoin accumulation strategy. The only thing that matters to me at the top of the bull market is how many Satoshis I have versus how many I had at the bottom. That's how I judge right before I sell them all.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say.
Nah, don't hold on to them, But stables is a play, right? Stables is a play. Defensive plays are also a play. That Bitcoin money gets rotated, but its home is always to come back to Bitcoin. And every decision I make is going to be based on, does this make me lose Satoshis or gain Satoshis?
Yeah, I think that's a great way to. That's a great playbook.
Let me tell you.
Satoshi.
Let me tell you a story. Some of the when perp futures first came out, and even worse, when stables first came out. So before stables, we just had to trade Bitcoin pairs. So what I'm talking about here was common knowledge. This was how you traded. Right? This was the only way to trade. This was how you traded, because when you took profits, there was no stable to go into. Like you could just go back into cash, but So when stables came out, there was a real argument about is this good, is this bad? It made things more comfortable, obviously, right? Because you can take your profits into something that doesn't move and you could breathe and be like, oh, look at the profits I just made. The problem is that people that had been trading pairs for the longest started trading stables. And when they got to the top of the bull market, they realized that they lost Satoshis. They were up in dollars, but they couldn't buy back the Bitcoin that they sold. And nobody cares about, if you really believe in crypto, you don't care about being up in dollars. Because you know by the time you get to buy Bitcoin, you're already getting debased on those dollars. And it's just, you know. But yeah, that was a cold sort of hard realization for people. Made it all the way through the bull market, made tons of money. But when I put that into Bitcoin value, I've actually lost Bitcoin. It's just
Yeah,
hard
you're
to keep
poorer
track
in
of.
BTC.
So now it's funny because talking to people about denominating in Bitcoin and trading against Bitcoin, it seems like a new concept, but you're really just trying to get people back to how things were. I'm a firm believer that every step you take towards comfort, you take away from security and profit. Right? If it's easier, more comfortable, more streamlined, then you're leaving money on the table and you're probably moving closer to risk.
As in like a Bitcoin ETF, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to remember your seed phrase, cool. You know, maybe you're more confident and all that, but you're not going to accumulate any Bitcoin. At some point, BlackRock is going to cash you out. Right? You don't settle in kind. If you settled in kind, it'd be different, but you settle in cash. So what you're basically doing is you're giving them a mandate to buy Bitcoin by you buying that ETF. And then you're giving them a vehicle to get rid of their dirty fiat that's being debased when you sell. But they keep the shiny Bitcoin. Right? That stays with them. And slowly over the years, they're going to turn that big bag of blood money they have into shiny, pristine Bitcoin. And then it's GG's, you know, game over. I used to have this chart that showed, I gotta find it. It's not like a chart, it's more like a PDF. But it shows what happens to things in Bitcoin value versus dollar value.
I about to say maybe putting like off topic in general or something if you do find it.
I gotta find it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like one Bitcoin and it shows like a full shopping cart. And then like $100 in a full shopping cart. And then there's like 10 years later, you know, one Bitcoin, 7 shopping carts, $100, half a shopping cart. You know, 5 years after that, one Bitcoin, 1,000 shopping carts.
Yeah.
$100, a gallon of milk, and 2 eggs.
It's like if you sold your house, grabbed the money, put it into Bitcoin, and then went back a year later and looked at what your house is worth as opposed to what your BTC is worth. You're like, wow, made off like a bandit. It gives it this whole thing a new perspective. It's more like checking price and price analysis on this chart is not
Bro,
as important as
listen,
that BTC comparable.
I bought my
Sorry.
first condo, my first sort of flex, right? Make a bunch of money, spend a bunch of money, that type of shit. My first condo was a lot for me at the time. It was like $200,000 for a kid from the projects. That was insane. It was 200 Bitcoin. 200 Bitcoin that I spent on that condo.
Wow, brother.
When you start doing that type of math, you're like, Christ. That's why they're standing up there talking. That's why Michael Saylor's standing up there screaming till the veins in his neck pop out. Never sell your Bitcoin. Collateralize that shit. If I would have took a collateralized loan on my Bitcoin, bought it with that, repaid the loan, still had the token, you can't even, bro, still out of there.
Yeah, it looks like that's becoming a lot more mainstream. Also, like taking loans against your crypto. I guess. I mean, I don't want to move away from this great conversation, but I have seen that lately. AAVE and a couple others where you can
Yeah.
borrow money against your crypto, and you
Michael
can take as
Saylor
long
just
as you want.
proved. Yeah, Michael Saylor just proved the concept on a large scale, right? And as we get regulation and as we get clarity and things like Aave become a little more secure and people will be willing to take those risks, eventually your banks are going to do the same. Right? The U.S. Department of Housing already said that they're okaying Bitcoin for collateral on mortgages. It'll be no time before grandma's holding her Bitcoin in the bank and it's being collateralized there. Obviously, we're proponents of self-custody, but my mom's not going to self-custody her Bitcoin, bro. My mom's not going to remember her 12, not without me to do it, or my grandma, my aunt, my uncle. It's not happening.
Yeah, yeah.
Until they can go to the bank and just talk to their same bank clerk and have it be the same rails and feel that same sort of security, we won't get that adoption. So as much as I hate the banks coming into it, and as much as I'll always say don't let them hold your Bitcoin, for some people it's going to be the right thing to do.
All right, Betty did a little head fake there. Whoop.
Roka, the arrow is the measured move for the bull flag that we're sitting in.
Come right back up the top of this little range.
Now back to the condo. I needed somewhere to live. So screw that shit. If you have a family and they need a house and you need a car and you need to relocate, whatever, you spend that. You know, the moral of the story isn't just hold it and suffer. It just goes to show
Right.
you, though, the difference in dollars and Bitcoin, right? Because that $200,000 is worth a lot less now, and that 200 million Bitcoin is generational wealth, or
Dang.
that 200 Bitcoin.
Yo, morning, y'all.
What's going on?
Yeah, I fight that concept all the time, D. I kind of like, I think in the future and I say, well, what are you going to do then? And I keep telling myself, can't do that. Can't do that because, I mean, keep your 9 to 5, keep doing what you're doing, not so much scraping where you're suffering, but, maintain, but don't lose your head over this and understand what the end goal is. And like you just made it very clear, the end goal is Satoshi's.
Yeah, I mean, if you come to that calculation, right, everybody's going to come to a different conclusion when it comes to that. But once you see Bitcoin for what it is and you make that decision, then yeah, it becomes clear at that point, right? The only thing that matters is, are you gaining or losing Satoshis? And you can
It's a great time.
do both. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, like they say, pay attention to doing things for future you. The past you doesn't need you anymore. Right? So like break all those habits from the person that you were and focus on like the current you and the future you. Meaning like some of these trades are going to be to buy you something now. And some of the trades are a gift for future you. Right? 20 years from now, you'll be like, thank you, past you. That was, you know what I mean? Like, that was amazing. I appreciate you. And it's not just money, it's everything, bro. Going to the gym is not a gift for me right now. Going to the gym is a gift for future me. That's so that in 10 years, I look back and I'm like, thank you for not sitting on your ass, bro.
Yeah, brother. 100%.
Shit like that. But yeah, always do something for you. Always do something for future you. And the past you, what I like to call like the inner child, you got to keep them happy too, though. The key to
That's deep, bro.
happiness is keeping that like inner child happy, not in control, but happy.
Yeah, that's got to touch. It's got to touch you in a profound way, even though it's very basic if you think about it. But it's on point, in my opinion.
Some people's inner child is suffering, bro. Like 12-year-old you is looking at you now like, oh no. No, we said we would never turn into this. Sometimes you gotta do some cool shit, bro. You do. I'm sorry. If you stop doing cool shit, you get old. And that kid inside of you
Yeah.
just shrivels up.
There's a real good movie about that. It's called I Melt with You. If you haven't seen it, it's worth the watch. Talks a lot about setting those goals of not becoming that person you don't want to become.
What's it called again?
I Melt with You.
Got it.
Me, I paint. Right, I've been a street artist my whole life. I run around and I paint on shit I'm not supposed to paint on. I get paid good money for it every once in a while. I haven't been painting for a while, but that's what I do to keep the inner me, the inner child happy. That kid that just wants to run around and put Dbloc on every surface he possibly can. I feed him sometimes by doing projects or taking some commissions or
You ever do railway cars?
yeah. You guys don't remember the big Doge? Remember when Doge was going crazy? I did a full freight end to end by Doge, big massive letters. I get pictures of that thing from Texas, Mexico. Then, but you know what? I felt bad. I felt bad like 3 months, 4 months later, because I was like, oh shit, that's horrible advice right now, and it's still riding around. But this is shit we used to get in trouble for doing when we were kids. And now you get paid big money for it.
That was the thing to do in New York City, brother. Let me tell you.
Be gone, bot. We're starting to get these shilling bots in here again.
I'm gonna start looking for Doge tags in Wynwood.
Yeah,
See if I recognize you out there, bro.
that's dope, Chris. Yeah, I've got about, probably got like 4 or 5 running pieces in Winwood right now, which is pretty good because I haven't painted in at least 6 months. So at least the streets are still respecting me.
You seen those like magic?
Share what you can, man. Share what you can.
Hey, Dave, have you seen those magic caps that have like the electronic spray so it can change from a small to large, all that?
Yeah, that shit is
like
weird. Yeah.
You seen it though, right? I was like tripping when I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, same for most of my people, Chris. I mean, everybody's moved from the street to the gallery at this point. But in Miami, it's different, right? In Miami, like you can literally just go out and paint. There's a rule in Miami now for new builds that they have to have a certain amount of square foot of public art. So what a lot of these buildings are doing now is that they're just letting the outside rock, and then they don't have to pay the fine. People don't realize is if you just stop whitewashing graffiti, it gets better, right? The streets curate the walls. So eventually it'll get to the point where it's just really, really high quality shit and nobody touches it. But if you keep whitewashing shit, all you're gonna get is tags and gang shit and all types of, you know what I mean?
It was really screwed up here in Seattle. We used to have like a couple block long building that was like it was meant for graffiti artists, and they came and they closed it down, and now now it's just graffitied all over again, but no quality. It's just dumb.
Yeah, you gotta let the street curate. It's 50-50, Danny. People come from out of town and go to Wynwood and think it's wide open and end up in jail all the time. You have to know where you can paint and where you can't. But for the most part, yeah, it's not like how it used to be. So when I was a kid and we were painting, the residents hated you, the cops hated you, the gangs in the neighborhood hated you.
Enemy of the state.
Yeah, no shit. Now it's different, bro. Now it's like you're in the middle of a mural and people stop you to take pictures.
Bro, design district. You're like the cat's meow, bro. You're a god. Wynwood, all that. You know, they say that sometimes Japan leads the way, and it's funny how I remember seeing a lot of Japanese tourists coming to America, different cities, and taking pictures of stuff, and I was like, wow, they're really into the graffiti, or they're really into like the hip hop, and they take it to a level where they're really proud of it, and they do it with class, and you're like, oh wow, it's finally someone appreciates it, and now you see why. It's a great concept though. Once you stop whitewashing it, the level gets higher.
It depends. Some neighborhoods have a real different sort of relationship. Like in gang areas, you know, graffiti can bring violence. There's a lot of taunting and shit going on. But I think we're adult enough to separate one from the other at this
Right.
point. You know what I mean? Comp is interesting, man. Comp has had such a weird buildup. Like it's tried to go a couple of times here. And I think it's just really suffering, like I said, from its BTC pair. Let me look at its BTC pair real quick. Yeah. So you see what I mean? So Comp can't get a break on its BTC pair. Right? It gets a couple spikes every once in a while whenever Comp moves in USD, but it's so weak on its BTC pair that it keeps giving it back. Right? So then when you look at the Comp chart, this is how it translates to the Comp chart. You get these big moves that make you think, okay, it's time, and then it just gives it back, and then it gives you another big move, and then it gives it back because it has no floor, right? The BTC pair isn't holding it up. So until that BTC pair finds some sort of bottom, I would only trade this very, very short term just for the volatility. And if this chart tells me anything, it tells me if you get a good multi-day pump, it's probably a good idea to take profit.
Like a scalp.
Yeah. So it's not like these aren't worth trading. This is still good money. You know, if you were in this for a couple days, but if you were holding it for long term, you've given everything back.
Consistently.
So good trading coin, not time to accumulate though, in my opinion. But for short term, I mean, on the 15-minute, you just broke. Oh, can you do that? On the 15-minute, you just broke structure. I mean, if this wants to push, it has to do it now, right? You put in your W, you almost invalidated it. And now you're struggling with the 50. It's looking like it wants to just sort of turn
Do
into
you ever
like a
consider
bearish
teaching
channel
class?
here. So just be careful with this. What was that?
I just wondered if you ever considered teaching a class or
Well, so we
going
try
on
to
Coursera. I don't know.
what we try to do in here, but during the bear market, I would do a little bit. During the bear market, I would probably put something together a little better. Comp BTC is comp divided by Bitcoin. Right. Comp BTC is comp price in Bitcoin.
Yo, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Um, any time? Did you have any time to check the channel on YouTube that I sent you? I think a couple of weeks ago,
Oh
a couple days
shit.
ago.
No, I'm the worst person in the world, bro. I saw
No,
it
no,
and
no,
I
no.
absolutely haven't had a single second to look at it.
No worries, no worries. He recently uploaded a video and he said he's in a short in Ripple and he still expects Bitcoin Ripple to gap down a little bit.
XRP BTC.
Yeah, I
No,
was just gonna ask.
them both individually. He was still expecting the
I got you.
yeah. He's talking about this massive flash crash that could happen all the way down to 1.6. That could be a potential. Same with Bitcoin and whatnot. He has like these really strange outlooks, but they seem to be grounded in truth because I think most of the predictions he made, not really predictions, but the analyses he made, are pretty spot on.
Yeah, I mean, I still think alts need to come down, like we were saying earlier. So I wouldn't be mad at anybody taking a short at this point. Well, not this specific point, but being short at this point. I should say.
Yeah. And this might be a little bit conspiratory, but he still thinks that I think 2 or 3 coins are going to be the ruling ones. So Bitcoin is not going to be one of them. It's going to be predominantly XRP and then a few other ones, which are going to be the main blockchain or whatever that was. So that was his outlook for crypto. He knows not for a fact, but he thinks that Bitcoin is not the key crypto.
We're at the end of the bull run. Like we're at 110. We're talking about Bitcoin going to 150. Nobody's expecting Bitcoin to do a 10x.
No, he doesn't mean that. He means really in the future, like another 5 years, maybe another 7 years, maybe, where like the whole banking system is going to collapse and it's going to be mainly crypto or a way of paying. But there's going to be a blockchain or whatever that is going to be running on, and it's going to be either
He
XRP and
sounds
a
like
few other coins.
I was about to say, he sounds like an XRP guy.
Yeah,
Oh
totally.
yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is. I'm not
Yeah.
denying that.
Yeah.
But
I
he must
spent
be.
years listening to those guys. Let me tell you.
If there's an issue with Bitcoin, everything is screwed. I can tell you that right now. XRP needs to worry more about the stablecoin bill than anything else because banks are going on stablecoin rails. And as far as what I've seen so far in real life of them, the rails that they've chosen so far has been Ethereum. But I know XRP is supposed to solve a lot of problems for banks and a lot of international remittance stuff, but it needs to start proving it here soon because nobody else is everybody else is also coming up with solutions. So something needs to give pretty quickly. But the next next 4 to 6 months, which is really what we're focused on right now, right, is just getting out of the top of the bull market in profit. Yeah, I agree. Bitcoin's not gonna do amazing. It's just doing amazing right now. But there will be a time where you're gonna be better off flipping your Satoshis into something else. For sure. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, while Dbloc is gone, so I don't interrupt him. There's also a guy who nailed the price of BTC around December 1st. The guy pegged it like at 86,000 something. I mean, he got it right like a month prior to, and he nailed the price, the closing price of BTC for that day. And that same guy is calling for it to hit like 400,000 sometime at the beginning of next year.
You got a link to his channel or something, or is that not allowed?
It wasn't a channel. He's like an analyst guy, but I'll definitely I'll take 2 or 3 minutes out as soon as I sit down and have lunch, and
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. It's
Thanks,
pretty
man.
interesting. Yep.
You know what I noticed the last 6 months? I haven't been really trading. I mean, lost money. I'll tell you like that. I'll tell you that. But
Mhm.
most of the guys that I see, they have all the same analyses, right? Always the same levels, same everything when it comes to volume, this and that, and same trend lines and everything. And same goes with Dbloc. There must be, like everybody says, some people say technical analysis is bullshit, but there is a reason why it really isn't. Because technically, the charts are a psychological representation of the human psyche. That's how I think it is.
Totally. It's a graph. It's a
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. And it took me a while to figure that out because everybody's saying, no, it's bullshit. It's random. I was like, this can't be random. Always like a few years ago, I always had these moments where I see the price go up, 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 and I wait. Now it's gonna reverse. Now it's gonna reverse. And the moment I get in there, apparently everybody thinks the same way. It reverses. It's just it's literally just human psychology, and simple as that.
it's like the world is against you. I know exactly what you mean, brother. 100%.
It's people think the same way. Everybody has the same brain. Okay, the IQ is different, but it is what it's just basic human nature. I think that's it. Nothing else. Dbloc has been saying this for a while because you see on his charts the psychological low and the psychological high, and that shit is almost always spot on. I think like 90% of it is just us, how we are doing it, and then the other 10% is just manipulated. Well, everything's manipulated, but I mean like where the price goes back. It is what it is.
And sometimes I think that even some of these cryptos, they individually have their own personalities. Like we know, for example, XRP is kind of abrupt. It explodes out of nowhere, reaches, heights, and then drops. It just, 9 times, 8 times, 7 times out of 10, you see XRP give back its gains almost immediately. Sometimes it's long, it's very short lived.
There's a rhythm that each coin has, but there's a reason to it. And I think what my edge is that I'm naturally nosy as shit. And I was never a kid that a simple explanation was enough. I was always the but why kid. And it's not enough to know that XRP just moves sometimes and then it doesn't and then it gives it back. You have to understand why, right? XRP is suppressed for the most part. Long levels of accumulation.
Believe that, D?
When
You really believe it's suppressed?
Yeah, when XRP, well, it was suppressed at 50 we know why because of the court and all that. But then we know that the moves come in explosively because of the suppression. And we also know that they get taken back because Ripple Labs never stopped selling off XRP. Everybody wants to be mad at every project wants to be mad at the next project when it's typically their own project, right? All the ETH guys want to be mad that all XRP guys hate us and we're being suppressed and all this shit, but it's Ethereum Foundation that sells off the tops of Ethereum when Ethereum pops. They can't wait to take some profit. The same with XRP, right? So it's like just knowing these things, it makes you treat them different, right? Same thing for Doge. We know that when Elon tweeted, price would go up. We knew that it would immediately go away because Doge people lie about being Doge army and they just want profits. Everybody says Doge to the moon, Doge to $1, but every time Doge pumps, it gives it all back. Somebody's selling that shit. Somebody's lying here, guys. You know what I mean?
Yo.
Like, listen, we can't all be Doge army. Somebody's lying here because these tops are getting sold off. So psychology. It's all psychology, bro. Knowing who's trading the coin, what's their psychology, what's their motivation, what's Twitter, what direction is Twitter pushing them in any given day. Are they freaking them out? Are they, you know, pumping them full of hopium? And then
Yo,
you mix
guys.
everything else in, you know, liquidity, balances, patterns. What's going on, bro?
Just a simple question. Has any of the people in the chat here used crypto to pay actually anything? To make purchases and stuff like that?
Yeah, I have. Regretfully sometimes, but yeah.
There was this one analyst who said you cannot expect crypto to blossom if everybody is gonna have the mentality of profit when it comes to crypto. The moment it gets used as an actual currency where people you know, for to buy stuff and use it in day-to-day life, that could be the future of it.
Yeah, I mean, Peter Schiff always says, you can't even buy, can I go buy a cup of coffee with my Bitcoin? Yes, Peter. Yes, you can. Depending on what state you're in, what city you're in, obviously. But not every coin is supposed to be a currency, right? Like, we have to get out of that idea. I know they call them cryptocurrencies, but we need to really start just calling them digital assets. Because not every coin is meant to be a currency, right? Like, guns is meant to be a currency in-game. Gala Games is not meant to be a currency, right? Like, IOTEX is not meant to be a currency. Solana is never meant to be something that you pay for something with, right? It's a settlement layer. Bitcoin originally was supposed to be for peer-to-peer payments, right? But even Bitcoin isn't a currency. You don't want to spend your Bitcoin to buy something else. We have stables for that now. We developed a currency that we can sort of use. But yeah, you're right. It's like, just like anything else though, right? Like, will American companies ever succeed if people just take profits? Like, some people will take profits, some won't. It'll go from weak hands to strong hands. The projects that are shit will fail, right? The market will decide that. But what I'm trying to say is that we don't have to get to that point of mass adoption for everybody's life here to be different. Shit, maybe it never gets there. Maybe in our lifetime it never gets to the point where everything is running on blockchain the way it should. But that doesn't mean that your house doesn't look different, your car doesn't look different, your kids aren't more comfortable. You know what I mean? How early we are in the technology. The only evidence I need is that nation states are fighting to accumulate and legacy companies are selling off traditional assets to start Bitcoin treasuries. That alone locks in the
That's good
next
news.
15, 20 years. Yeah. What happened, Gio? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know, the majority of people that deal on blockchain aren't going to be investors. They're just going to be people that are trading. They're just commerce, right? They're trading their dollars for items, and that's running on crypto rails across international borders because it's cheaper than Visa. Or there are people that are playing video games that'll be making blockchain transactions whenever they accept a skin or something from the game for a reward. But they'll have no idea what they're doing. Right now, you go play guns, there's tons of people on there that are making 10, 12 crypto transactions per game. They have no idea what they're doing. You'd have to run the percentages. So if this is our sell zone, right, for Bitcoin, let's say, let's just call it flat for argument's purposes. It gets to 150. Typical bear market retracement before institutions got into the game was 85%. You guys are going to get mad because you missed the days where you could sell and buy your Bitcoin 85% cheaper if you just waited a year.
It's not going down, man.
So that's our typical, right? During this run, because of institutions front running, we got 77% retracement. Right? That would take us down to 33. I don't think that happens. I think they cut it again. To be fair, let's just call it 70% retracement. If we get to 50K, 150K, 70% retracement brings you down to 44, 45K for the bear market.
Is that a certainty or just basic analysis?
Well, that's our bear markets last a year, roughly. It's when all the leverage and all the euphoria gets flushed out of the system. On average, like I said, it's been an 85% retracement. During the last one, we only got a 77% retracement. Pretty sure we were front run by institutions that knew about the ETF before anybody else. So if we're going to take that same level of diminishing returns and forecast it, then you'd have to assume between a 65 and 70% retracement for a bear market. And this is not like this is a feature, it's not a bug. Right? This is why the cycles work the way they work. The money is made on that compounding. That's why crypto is so strong, right? Because you can take $1,000 or you can take $10,000 and turn it into 100K on a 10x, sell that, and then 10x your 100K into $1 million. But the only reason you could do that is because of the retracements that we get during the bear, the compounding effect that you get. Eventually that'll go away. Eventually it will stabilize. We won't go up as much and we won't go down as much. You know, we'll basically turn into like the S&P. Bitcoin will be sort of too fat to be that volatile. Yeah, I'm waiting on my Solana phone too. They gave you a date? I have to check. I don't know if I have a date. Nah, 21 would be crazy. Even if, just looking at the cycle, even if you wanted to say this year was an anomaly and we're still going to get the 85% that we usually get. Like, just the idea of coming down to 21K with the bullishness and everything we have now, it just doesn't make any sense. What makes sense is that we continue to do what we've been doing, which is getting diminishing returns to the bottom and to the top.
Who do you expect to buy at that price?
Bitcoin. Oh, you said who or?
Yes, who do you expect to buy when it crashes that much? I understand people really believe
Me.
in Bitcoin, but oh yeah, of course, us too, but I mean, obviously.
Listen, it happens every. You know, people had this same argument when FTX crashed. Everybody lost all that money at the bottom of the last bear market. They're like, who's gonna buy this shit? Bitcoin is dead. Everybody left. Everybody went away. Everybody gave up. And those that didn't, you know, that's the guys. The base play in what we're doing here, not financial advice, but the base play, the play that underlies every other play, is that cycle. Is buying as much Bitcoin as you can at the bottom of the bear market, selling as much as you can at the top, holding on to as much of that dry powder as you can, and doing it again.
Man, if that plays out and I makes a significant amount of money, you're gonna get a portion of it though.
I appreciate it, brother. I'll hold you to it.
I give you my word.
Now we can really go through. If you want to go through the cycle, let's go through some. Because I forget sometimes that people are new and they haven't. On the long Bitcoin chart, Bitcoin index. All right, all-time history, Bitcoin index. This is my 4-year cycle chart here, or my 4-year cycle indicator. Let me get rid of all this. So this is the cycle, right? Our first and only super cycle was in the beginning, right? We popped up and we got a 93% correction, right? But the amount of time that it lasted, right, wasn't long enough. So we consider this our first super cycle, where we actually got it, but it continued into the halving, and then we started setting our regular cycles.
D.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm at one more question. You're comparing it in the beginning when the price of Bitcoin was a little bit on the lower side.
Yeah, we
Obviously the
ignore
first
this.
cycle.
We ignore this whole first. There's low liquidity. You'll never get those type of gains again, ever again.
No, I was talking about for the retracement, right? For the
Mhm.
correction. If it were to go 70% down, because of the fact that there is now so much money in it, the repercussions, are so much larger. There is so much more at stake. So would it be reasonable at this point as well to have a retracement of 70%? Because it's going to be detrimental compared to a few years ago when Bitcoin was only 1,000 and the volume was a lot less.
No, look, I'll show you what I mean. 70% is the diminished return. Let me get back to the BLX. Weekly.
I just mean the
I
market cap of.
understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. I'll explain it right now. Give me a
Okay.
second.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
This is our 4-year cycle chart.
Yes.
On the, let's go to the monthly. So our first retracement, like I said, our first bull market retracement was 94%.
Yes.
Our second bull market retracement was 86%.
Yes.
Our third bull market retracement was 84%.
Yes.
Our last bull market retracement was 77%, right? So we've got a diminishing return of about 5 to 8% per cycle, which is why I'm saying 70. And here I've got it at 65 because I'm adding another 5% because of institutions front running. But even with that, it still gives us 65% retracement. Right? And just to show you how tight these cycles have been, even with the difference in market cap. What we're talking about here is timing and percentages, right? So when I first started looking at these cycles, the interest was obviously the timing from top to bottom, right? I wanted to find that correlation of top to bottom. So I'm like, okay, top to bottom is 1,461 days. And then I'd look at the next top to bottom and like, okay, it's 1,431 days. So let's say roughly 1,400 days top to bottom. And I started looking at the bottom ones and I'm like, okay, let's see bottom to top, 1,430, bottom to top, 1,461. I was like, wait a minute. The amount of time that it took from the top to the top was 1,461 days. The amount of time that it took from the next bottom to the next bottom was 1,461 days exactly. It could be a coincidence, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence. So let's go back and let's run it back then, right? The bottom to the from the bottom of 2014 to the bottom of 2018 was 1,430 days. From the top of 2018 to the top of 2021 was 1,431 days, off by 1 day. And that one
That's
day,
no coincidence.
well, that 1 day used to drive me crazy until they told me it was a leap year.
There we
That's
go.
funny.
Ah, come on, man.
Right?
That's no coincidence.
Now, let's look at our tops to the halving. From the Bitcoin top to the halving, 882 days on every cycle. 882 days, 882 days. All right, let's look at it from the top to the bottom. Right, from the top to the top of the bull market to the where you get your bottom of the bear market where it's time to buy. 396 days. Next year, 396 days. Next year, 395 days. This bottom, the next candle that would have made it 396 days, closed lower, but there was a lower wick on the one before. So you can throw that. So for me, the timing of this cycle is controlled by something more than just supply and demand. The timing of this cycle is controlled by global liquidity, and it's controlled by old Bitcoin miners. Right? Mining activity controlled by the halving, and a very structured sort of play out that keeps those with tons of Bitcoin able to continue the cycle without having any communication with each other. So what can we take from this moving forward? If this is going to continue, our 1,461st day is November 1st, where I consider the top of our bull market to be, which is why my take profit is August, September, October, closing out in November. That 65% retracement would bring us down to 52. If we had a more traditional one, we would end the bull market in this range between 36 and 23. Don't expect this to happen. This is just by the math, right? I'm expecting the diminishing returns. So we can pull this have that locked? I do have it locked. So we can pull this up into this range. Doesn't matter. The timing is what's important here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. The timing is what's important here, meaning we should get to the bottom of the next bear market, November 2026.
Oh, that should be the bottom, November 2026 next year.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
D, what is that 426 days you were written right there? So you got each, hold up, yeah, the 14 bars. Those are your bottoms. You had 396 days, 396 days, 395 days, but this year you're sitting on 426 days. Right there, the red, yeah.
Oh, this might have just, is it locked? It's not locked. That's what it is. See, look, when I put it to the day, it takes it to 396 like everything else. It just wasn't on the,
Oh, damn. Okay.
it wasn't on the right line.
Oh, that's why you expect it to be at the bottom at next year.
Yeah. And the tops to the tops, if we're just doing tops to the tops all the way across, 1,431 days, 1,431 days, 1,430 days would
It
take us to
should.
that November top.
Oh, damn, that's sophisticated.
This cycle, look, like I'd say all the time, men lie, women lie, the 4-year cycle does not. The beauty in this math and this symmetry is unparalleled.
Ah, that was clean. Basic math, but still.
Like I said, I was that but why kid. And once that sort of puzzle started unraveling, I was hooked, bro. I erred on the side of ignoring that math during the last bull run. The bottom of the bear market, we had just gone to I'll tell you exactly. Okay. Just in case I haven't screwed your head up enough. Why am I so sure that miners control the cycle? This is our first run. Right? 2010 to 2011 or whatever.
Damn, 7 million volume.
So what I did is I took an overlay, right? Just a simple bars pattern of that entire run. And I put the bottom of this bear market on the bottom of the last bear market, right? Except for this liquidity sweep, which was just like a low liquidity sort of drop. Just to compare them. And what we found is that every major peak corresponded to the peak of the next bull market. Last bull market came up to 1, retraced, came up to 2, retraced, went parabolic to 3 and 4, right? Bull market came up to 1 at the same spot, retraced, 2, same spot, parabolic to 3, 4. Then came down to 5, liquidity sweep to 6, popped up, consolidated, dropped again to 7, and then came up to 8. Right? Came down to 5, liquidity sweep to 6, consolidated, swept down to 7, came up to 8. End of that bull market. I was like, all right, maybe I just smoked too much. And it's just a coincidence, right? I bet you they won't do it again. So we took the overlay from this one by the same metrics, dropped the bottom on the bottom, and watched our pivots. We did this in real time during the last bull market. Like, we watched these pivots fill. If anybody was here during the last bull market, they remember our pivots here. The difference is time, right? The targets are the same. The amount of time that it took to get from target to target is different, right? But just focus on the actual pivots themselves. It comes up to 1, puts in a new low at 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Pops up to 1, puts in a new low at 2, and not just the structure, but in the same range. 2, pops up to 3, 3, comes down to 4, 5, sweep 6, 4, 5, sweep 6, comes up to 7, stalls out, 8, parabolic 9, 10. comes up to 7, stalls out, 8, parabolic, 9, 10. Drops down to 11 for the unheard of double top that we had. 50% drop to 11 was called by the last bull market. Pops up to 12, 13, 14, 15, and then it's done. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. Show me this year's, right? Institutions screwed this up. The pivots, for the most part, are the same, but two things destroyed this for us. Because I had every intention on running this again. Two things destroyed this for us. COVID being a big one. Right? This drop down on COVID screwed everything up for us. Just completely ran the chart off. And the constant buy pressure from institutions. But I will show you something. I will show you something interesting that tells me that the people that controlled this cycle are still controlling price.
D.
Yeah.
Didn't it look like it compensated when you overlapped the last part you overlapped?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you that right now. So there's a couple of certain things that happen every bull market, right? And I can go back and show you, but just take my word on this for time's sake. The dead cat bounce of the start of the bear market gives us a secondary scare, right? We can just go back to the last one and look at it real quick. So the dead cat bounce from the top of the bull market, when you come back up to it, you get a secondary scare, right? Which is usually the bulls make money first half of the bull market. Then before the halving, you get your secondary scare that brings you all the way down. And then after the halving, let me turn on my 4-year cycle indicator. So this is the halving. After the halving, you break all-time highs and you go parabolic, right? So dead cat bounce, secondary scare, then you break the all-time high, then you go into a parabolic move. The problem we had this year is that institutions thought they could throw money at this and just do whatever they wanted, right? And we got to our dead cat bounce and we rejected, but they sent it, right? This right here is where we got the fake ETF acceptance tweet. Everybody remember that? A week before they actually accepted the ETFs, there was a fake tweet that went out. And then they said that an account had been hacked, whatever. But the move that we got from it wasn't taken back. So the problem with this move is that we broke all-time high. Two things. One, we didn't get our retracement from the dead cat bounce. Two, we broke all-time high before the halving.
Because of a fake tweet.
So the question is, are you allowed to break the rules like this? Right? Are the people that controlled the cycle for all of this time, have they just been overrun by institutions? Look at what happened. Price stalled out just barely above all-time high, and we went into the longest consolidation period that Bitcoin has ever had. And not only was it the longest, look where it brought us back down to. Right back down to that dead cat bounce. Almost as a sign that you can't avoid this. Right, so instead of having our secondary scare here, we had it here. And we had it right to that dead cat bounce. And then, recovering from that, then we broke all-time highs and were able to hold it. Because it happened when it was supposed to happen. Institutions are going to try to come in here and they're going to try to push this cycle around. But there's going to be corrections because of it. My bad. I know I went crazy deep, but you guys get me talking about the Bitcoin 4-year cycle and.
Hey D, to be honest with you, I'm gonna be finding the YouTube video right now. I'm gonna be clipping out like the last 10 minutes. I promise not to share it without your name on it. I promise not to. I promise not to share it at all.
I will be putting it on repeat. I will be watching it over and over again. No
We're
lie.
gonna
Yeah,
print
I
it
I went through that
print
pretty
it
quickly.
hang it on the wall.
On a loop. On a loop. It's going on as on a loop for sure.
Yeah, bro, I'm mind blown. I'm sitting here, my jaw dropped. I'm like, what? That's crazy. You popped all that on that? Like that's your charts, right?
Yeah, that's all my work.
God bless, bro. Jeez.
Saying, yeah, you guys that have been here for a while, like here goes Dbloc again.
Like what he did.
Give me a second. Let me reheat this coffee.
So technically, I could go all in with a decent enough margin and just relax until November. That's how I understood. What about you guys?
Yep, I agree. No, it depends on your entry. Like, if you're with the group around 74, around 76, or even 80K, that's pretty good. You can just hold and accumulate DCA up, DCA down. Like, have enough tokens of the projects that you really like and wait for that blow off top that we're all hoping for.
I don't think there's gonna be a chance that it goes back to 74K at this point, though, until it hits that all-time high.
Oh no, for sure. That's what I meant. I mean, like if you have a great entry, then you just mentioned, and it's all about just like waiting for November, right?
Yeah, but even if you don't, even if you didn't have an entry at 74K, even if you don't have an entry right now, why couldn't we join it now? Because if the all-time high is supposedly 150K, it's still around 40% up.
No, I totally agree. I made a few buys. Just I'm waiting
Yeah,
for.
I was there when it went down to 74, 75K, but I wasn't knowledgeable enough to actually make a position.
All right, you're good. You're in a safe. You're in a pretty good place. That's why,
Thanks, man.
no matter how busy I get with work, I still come back to this community just to get my mind straight.
You know what the funny thing is? I think like maybe 15 years ago, and when I was 13, 14, I had this very smart kid in my class, and I asked him, "How do you make your money?" And he said, "I'm reselling Bitcoin." And I went, what the hell is a Bitcoin? And how do you resell it?
Oh
For
man,
how much? This guy tells me like, yeah, I sold it 3 months ago for 150 per Bitcoin. I sold it this month for 450. Imagine that. I was thinking about, I don't know what stupid shit. This guy was like, what, 13 years old and he was already reselling fucking Bitcoin.
imagine that.
God
Have
damn.
you ever thought about where he is right now? Like, have you ever
Uh,
contacted him?
yeah, I still got his number, but he gave up after that shortly. It was like, no, he's an engineer somewhere in America. We're from Belgium. He got his doctorate, I think, in industrial engineering. No, civil engineering, and he's doing 5G some stuff. So even if he doesn't have any bitcoins or whatever, trust me, he's making plenty of money.
Nah, engineering is one of those jobs. Like, even if you have AI, it's different. Like my dad works on the rig. They're a different kind of smart people when you're working that in that field.
He had I had no, you're right, you're right, you're right. I had two guys in my class, uh, Floris Percio and Ismas, and both of them had a how do you call that? Some disease. Now I don't know how to know how to say it in a nice term. But one of the guys was not interested in people, but he was rather interested in the working up stuff, right?
Ah,
And
yeah.
yeah, and this guy has had the highest scores here in Belgium since 1970. So that basically means he got A pluses on every single thing, and he got all the bonuses correct as well. And he was invited from Belgium all the way in somewhere in America. I don't know where it is. In Pennsylvania, I think. And he's doing his research or whatnot somewhere there, and he's getting compensated. I think 4 or 5K a month.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be even more when he gets older. Like,
He's only 29, I think, this year. He's my age. The other
he
guy,
should
Dennis.
be actually making 10 to 12 if he's always going offshore and going to different rigs and going to different.
It was just an estimate because if I'm here in Belgium, it was around that. So probably in America, it's going to be a lot more. He has
Sure.
written. He has met people from Russia. This like those action movies where they have to like bring in like a mad scientist, some kind. That's the kind of route he's going to.
And people ask you, what route are you taking? What profession? Mad scientist.
I think he started doing quite literally what was it? Something with probabilities. So wait, let me
His name is not Dexter, right?
No. It's a Belgian guy.
I'm just kidding.
It's not Dexter.
He reminds me of Dexter's Lab, man. Like he's Belgian and he's like really good with science and stuff.
His work ethic was insane. He was at certain point, those two were schooling the teachers when it comes to math.
I'm back
And I'm
though.
still in Eddie.
I came into the last little bit of that. You guys ever seen the video of Barron Trump schooling his teacher on math? Made her sat down and literally taught the class.
You could tell that the guy is special.
Yeah, there's something different about that kid. There's something different about that kid. I saw that video, and like, not only did he sit down and teach the class, but he did it in a way where he didn't embarrass her. And then they developed some sort of teacher-student union where they could work together to. It's crazy, bro.
Hey, Dbloc, I have seen the movie The Omen before. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, listen, I used to get that same vibe, bro. I've always thought there was something weird about that kid. But yeah, I saw that video. That was different. He's abnormally
You guys saw
smart.
what Baron whispered to I'm sorry, I just came from a snack. The former president. Oh my god.
D.
Yeah.
D. Considering
Forgot.
positions. So I was just talking with the guys in here. Imagine if you don't have a position at this point in any alts or nothing at all. And the theoretical top would be in November. Would it be a smart decision to enter at these prices? Or would it be smarter to wait?
I mean, I'm looking for a retracement. Right. The reason that we can play on the micro, or the reason that I can play comfortably on the micro, is because I have a good grasp of the macro. Right. That's why it wasn't hard to swing at the 74. But it also doesn't mean that I think we just go to all-time highs without, like, we have to see the signs. Right. We still got signs that things could come lower, especially on alts. But as far as Bitcoin goes, like, you know, yeah, we've put some of the pain behind us.
No, I was there when Bitcoin hit the 74K, but I wasn't aware of what your chart looked like at that point, so I didn't do anything. I just waited because I didn't know where the bottom or top was. But that's been almost 3 or 4 months ago, I think. Yeah, that was in April. And now, obviously, I would have opened a very large position at that point. But from here on, how I've understood you, the top should be somewhere in November.
Me personally, August, September, October, I'm cleaning out my alts. November, I'm selling my Bitcoin, unless presented with other evidence at this point. One of the biggest things I'm sort of looking at for that is global M2. The global M2 is still pushing. And if we wrap it into that zone that we're talking about, that sell zone I'm talking about, then it's still pushing even past that, which gives me a little bit of more confidence that I'm selling into a pump and not into. So yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything that makes me worry. I'll be on top of it though. I'll be the first one to tell you if I feel like I need to take profits any sooner. But, you know, not financial advice, just what I'm doing. Give me a second, I'll be right back.
Somebody has an open mic.
Mic check, mic check.
Can hear you.
Yo, D, you still there?
I think I'm gonna go back to YouTube to replay that awesome 10-15 minutes. Talk to you guys later.
Afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
So we're in a spot here on the 5 minute, and this
Hi,
is a
BJ. What up?
Hi. We have to hold that where we are and move up over that 800 on the 5 minute, or we risk falling underneath for a little bit and possibly falling underneath 1077, which would be a little bit of an issue. So what I'm looking at here is to we have to close over that 200 EMA on the 5 minute, and then get over the pivot point at 108,350, which would mean crossing the 800 EMA. So that is along this ellipse with the orange band around it. And then if you see here, there's a green chain, which is a curve. And that curve is like the boundary on the outside of that chain, bringing us up that angle. Because oftentimes you will find that that 800 EMA will slide down towards price. And if we, kind of waffle in between these red lines, but still remain above 107,999, which would mean like this blue line right here. So you see this caution sign. This is pretty much like a bow tie right here. So that slip down to this M2 area is possible during this time, but we would want to come back up over this chain and head back to the 108,300 and reclaim that. But we would not necessarily come lower than our previous down here, which would we wouldn't fail this this horizontal at 107,650, but we don't necessarily want to come under this angle here, and I'll show you why here. If we go to a larger time frame, you can see that structure here. This is a 69 minute, and you can see this little cutout. It's kind of like a lily pad, and then you can see the angle of this arrow. So if I go back now to the 5 minute, I want you to see that arrow there. From this point of view, that's this. So following here, see how that brings you down to this yesterday's low, and it crosses this red line here, 107.3. So when I go back to the hour, that means falling this way. And you see that point where I have it listed right there? That's that curve chain that I'm talking about. So if price waffles, this way over time and, crosses underneath here, it'll hit this part. And then we risk this level, which is our 107,650, which would then bring us possibly down to this point here, which is this seam. See how this fib level goes this way, right? And then that crosses this support line that we want to hold on the ascending that we got over. So this is that important daily ascending, but we're trying to curve up, and that's what this one here is, our daily angular resistance on the upswing. So they meet right there at that spot. So what the small time frames are doing is trying to make a curve here and come up above this place, right, of 108.5 to 108.8. So that is trying to meet the top of this blue right here. So instead of being along this green angle, which meets that seam here, we want to go up this, I call this a little lily pad or a little platform, okay? And move up this chain or this these angles. And remember, we were talking about these yesterday, this blue, the green on this vertical, which this is the 3-day 5 EMA, these yellow lines here. This, and then there's your important line 1088 right there. So then that is beating this curve. So let me show you what that looks like. So in other words, here's the lower chain of that curve, the green dotted dash lines, and here's the upper level, and that puts us over 1084, right? And keeping along this vertical. So then we want to cross back over these red lines, making that turn. Okay, so now I'll show you what I mean. So that's this circle over here from the left. So we want to cross the edge. This is the fib spiral that is the bridge. Okay, so here's that arc that I was showing you yesterday that comes from the lower. And now this little triangle that we talked about yesterday is the little route to go up. This is the oval that I made a long time ago, and I remember Ghost saying, "Oh, I like that egg." Well, that's the egg. That's there. I just colored it differently, and you can see how that takes us from this side of the chart over to this side, and that's our path along this curve. This curve here is a 4-hour curve from underneath. So go back and show you that one cupped up from back underneath there. I kind of lost it just a second there. I'll try to find it again. There, here we go, right here. It's gonna there. See these right here? This one and this one. See how that highlights this lift from price under here to here to here. So then that was that right there. This one and this one. So those lines extended up here, and what we're trying to do is come up and meet those, and that ellipse from yesterday is this oval here going more vertical, but this one was established on this route, on that circle, and that bridge is here. So this little triangle is a little elevator from there to there, okay? And so the goal is to hit this edge, right? Because that, if you remember, we talked about this yesterday, is the 4-hour support on that angle. So just give me a second. I have to turn my mic off. Okay, so now I put this more horizontal, and you can see those ellipses now, and that the curve underneath the green and there's price. We're at 108.20. And so now you want to look on the left or the right side and see the levels that to follow, and then I'll have the TR main ribbon up here, and I'll leave it on the 5 or 15-minute chart. But I'm gonna have to, oh, sorry, I'm gonna have to leave for a little while, and I'll be back. So I'm sorry I can't stay too long.
See you later, BJ.
Bye. Excuse me, Doge Rocket, if you're listening on YouTube, check your messages for me, please. Thank you.
Hello. Is anybody out there?
Is anybody out there?
Oh shit. Is that Consume?
Well, that or Pink Floyd. I probably Consume's closer.
Consume? What's
Yeah, what
happening,
up,
man?
Rick? What up, Rick? Happy Sunday, man.
Yeah, I'm just going to work. Thank you. Happy Saturday night. Saturday night. How was your 4th of July? Your Freedom Day?
Yeah, it was great. I had way too
Sweet.
many. Yeah, way too many salads, all pasta based.
Ah, pasta salads.
Yeah.
Rock on.
Yep. How did
It's
your
cool.
how did your non-Independence Day go?
Yeah, my Dependence Day. Yeah, good.
You're not yeah your Independence Day.
My Dependency Day. We actually, I guess the equivalent, our day that we celebrate our dependency on the crown is the King's birthday. Or what was the Queen's birthday, but now it's changed to the King's birthday, public holiday.
Oh, good old Charles.
So, yeah, Charles. Oh yeah, King
What a dude.
Charles.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you guys celebrate being independent from the crown, and then we celebrate being dependent to it. It's what the fuck. Either way you look at it, you get a public holiday, so that's cool.
Right.
All right.
So because it's do you have a set day though, or is it on the birthday?
Yeah, it's not so much as you're celebrating, the tie to the United Kingdom. It's just like you're recognizing the monarch. Is it monarch? The monarch, the king or queen, basically at the time. Their actual birthday becomes the public holiday,
So
essentially.
you're basically celebrating their birthday for them. What a bunch of jerks.
I know. Yeah. I
No,
don't think it
so
actually falls on their actual birthday, but
I know, but
there is a set day. Yeah.
it's like hey, this is a day where you're supposed to praise your leader. Like, okay, I get it.
Oh
I mean,
man.
we
Yeah.
have President's Day, so I mean,
President's
I
Day.
get it.
Yeah. But the president is like in service to the nation rather than in dictatorship, or what I mean. As in, like,
Yeah,
oh, praise me, divine. I'm a divine being.
but it's not that way
Yeah.
anymore, right? I mean, the oh my goodness, I can't even come up with a word.
The crown and the
Yeah,
royal
the
family have
royalty.
no
Yeah, the royalty.
impact.
Yeah.
They've got no like power. It's all just tradition now. Like it used to be that they were the ruling class. Like they were the ones that made all the decisions and had all the money and yada yada yada. But yeah, now it's all just tradition. Like it's all just pretty much, just status quo type, just doing it because we always did it type thing,
Yeah. That's what I was trying
Yeah.
to get. The royalty doesn't really
Yeah.
they don't have the power.
Nah, it doesn't. That's right. The royal family could disappear today and nothing would change tomorrow,
Well, hold
like
on. That's not true. That's
about
not
how the
true.
world functions.
Well, there'd be a whole bunch more taxes raised, right? Because aren't they like tax
Yeah,
free?
probably. Yeah, I think so. Something like that. Yeah.
That's so they can hold on to their castles without,
Oh yeah, dude. They're
I
still
think
rich, yeah. They're very
yeah.
rich. And I think, yeah, the tax, they would still get a portion of what the Brits pay in tax might go to the royals. I don't know.
But yeah, I thought they
Isn't
just
that
got
weird?
I thought they got tax exempt stuff or tax exempt for their
Mm,
for properties, so they don't have to pay property taxes, which
yeah.
I mean it is what it is. But that's kind of like their payback. They get that today after governing for 1,500 years or
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, I watched this really good documentary on the death of capitalism. I think you'd find it pretty cool. Let me find it. I'll link it
No, like a yellow
in
cover. I think.
chat. What?
Does it have like a yellow cover on it?
No.
I mean, I'll take a peek.
Yeah, I'll share it. But it's, yeah, it sort of just highlights the way the world is run and how it's shifted throughout the years, you know, like what's important, rah, 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 rah. Like it's all just, I'll put it in what, general chat? There you go. It's a good watch. It's interesting. So true, like productive capitalism that works for everyone pretty much only shone in the 60s, like the 60s and 70s. And then ever since then, it's just become, you know, not so much. It works for some people, but not for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, there has
Yeah.
definitely been like you could say over like the last 10 years, the upswelling of like eBay sellers or Etsy people.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was still working.
Yeah. And they said that like we've become, or we're moving toward like a subscription based economy and society. So no one
Yeah.
owns anything. Everyone just rents stuff. You don't actually, yeah. It's kind of weird.
I actually had this conversation yesterday about with somebody who's really into this stuff, and he was talking about it's a gig economy. That we've
Yeah.
moved, we're a service economy, and now we're moving into a gig economy, which I guess would still be a service economy, away from manufacturing. And he was on the manufacturing side and trying to argue the point. We weren't really arguing; he was just kind of giving the points about it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, extended family
Yeah,
member.
man. Oh, okay. I just walked into work.
It's been
But
pretty
that's cool. I'm
quiet.
by myself, so it's fine. It
Oh,
has
cool.
been quiet, man. I've noticed that.
Yeah, I forgot my Discord was even open until you popped on.
Yeah, that's dangerous. It's funny when you hear people that have accidentally left their Discord open or on. They have a full-on conversation with their family or whatever. It's like, oops.
Oh, I live by push to talk now.
Well,
Yeah, I'm never on my phone though for Discord. I tried it back in the day, but I always I had such a difficult time doing the push to talk. I was like, all right, screw it. Only the computer.
oh yeah, yeah. It's tricky. It is tricky. To see if I can remember the code for the safe. Let's have a look. Oh, cool. I did it off memory. Awesome. The safe at work, the code changes like every couple of months. And it's like 6 digits long. Gotta memorize that shit.
So you say you didn't have to go look at the post-it note?
No, I didn't have to open my phone to see the text message from the manager. Yeah. I was close to becoming the manager, but I just didn't apply for it. I was like, nah, I don't want to be like locked into this company and committed. I want to go do something else. I'm getting sick of it. Working in a liquor store. I was even thinking of like going and choosing a course to study that actually has an outcome when you graduate. Like, you know what I mean? Instead of the stupid like course that I did at university. Did an arts course with a major in animation. And yeah, like if I was like obsessed with animation and like like to the high level of passion that you need to make something out of it, like then it might have been useful. But even then, you don't. If you have that level of obsession and conviction and drive for animation, you don't need a degree to become successful with it. Especially not these days with the internet. Like you can just launch your own enterprise, you know, your own whatever online for free. You might not get paid immediately, but at least it's there like that. You know, if you've got a good idea, the resources are there to teach yourself for free. You don't need to pay anyone. You don't need a piece of paper to prove it.
Right. Just the skill to go out and do it. Yep.
Yeah, you're building your own empire. You're not trying to get employed as like you're not trying to get a job in someone else's empire. You're making your own.
Right.
So you completely
back-
bypass the degree shit.
Bring back the flash animation. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah. Shockwave. Yeah, man. Dreamweaver.
Oh man, that's
Making websites.
Oh yeah, yeah. Draw a
Oh,
box.
yeah.
Yeah, draw a box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it produces all the coding in the background, all the, you know, the HTML.
Yep. Yeah, or front page. Make it even
Yeah.
worse.
That was such like a wholesome era of the internet. Like, you know, Web 2.0. Just being able to like make a website with pure HTML, like quite basic, but yeah, it had like a little moment in the sun there. But it didn't last very long. That sort of era was like about 15 years, maybe 20.
Yeah, I remember those days. The GeoCities days. I remember those days. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's
You
like people did entire courses at universities and colleges to learn all this stuff, and now it's like redundant, like, or you know, like it's already evolved to something else, hasn't it? A lot of that stuff has like become redundant, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I still write HTML but a lot of CSS, a lot of JavaScript, but I
Yeah.
mean, it is what it is. It's just, you know, I want it to look pretty.
Yeah. Yes, that's
Nope.
technology.
It's not difficult. It's not difficult to make things look pretty. It's difficult to be able to make the flow work correctly if you're trying to get people to
Right.
understand what you want,
Yes.
what you're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it
Oh,
easy.
yeah.
Make it easy for idiots is difficult.
Yes. It's like you've built this new car with its own system, and then all of a sudden you want companies to reproduce it. And it's like, well, shit, what did you do? Like, we don't know how. This is a mess. This is not efficient. We can't. Yeah. So, like, so you're basically saying like efficiency,
Yeah, well,
more
I'm
or
always
less.
I'm trying to make it so they never have to guess on what the next step is. Like it looks this way, it
Right.
works this way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's why apps on your phone are always constantly getting updated. Is that right? Like updates because they've changed the nuts and bolts
Yeah, well,
on the
they're always-
underside,
I mean,
efficiencies.
yeah, I mean the beauty of like Apple, right, was that they simplified everything. That's the basic idea. Or like the Google, like I don't know, they always try to make it simpler for the end user, and that's
Yeah.
as easy as it sounds. End users are dumb.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to basically design it for the most base user, like the first idiot, pretty
Yeah,
much.
the lowest
The
denominator.
lowest common denominator. Yeah. Exactly. Foolproof, man. Because you got a lot of fools that use it, so it's just foolproof, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. Counting out loud. Counting is fun. We need some more 10s into the till. Yeah, who knows what next week's gonna bring as far as like crypto price action trend, you know. It got pretty exciting toward the end of this week. You know, above 110. It's like, wow, the all-time high is within reach, you know? And then yeah, it was about as good as it got. And now we're just chilling.
Right. My inbox has been filling up with a whole bunch of FUD. Why Bitcoin can't hit all-time highs?
Have you ever noticed that the biggest, most important moves never get accurately forecasted or provided to people? I feel like from say YouTube or indicators or like it just kind of happens like and all before you know, oh wow, okay, everyone sort of has to align to what just happened on the chart, you know. And then people try to get a video out as early as possible to say to sort of like say, oh, this is starting or this is this, you know. But yeah, I guess that's the nature of the market. There's still like an element of complete surprise to it. It's never truly, and I'm talking like more short term. Like I'm like the macro is a little easier to read, like the broader trend over like higher time frames. But as far as like the intra week, like what is the flavor of the week? That's a little harder to pinpoint. You like draw up like a theory off technical analysis, but sometimes that gets totally invalidated because of XYZ, you know, news events or just complete deviations from what you would expect to be like some liquidity hunt, or it's never just, you know, black and white. It's never so simple. I do think the sentiment is still bullish though. The fact that we went and achieved 110K structurally, like if I'm leaning into the technical analysis side, we've got like a higher low situation. And we're just going to keep beating up against that resistance until we get a proper breakout. But I guess while being confident and optimistic for that, we still need to be mindful of the downside risk and like sensitive to what invalidates that outlook. Like where do I pull the plug? You know what I mean? I think a good approach to that is to use like moving averages. When you lose a moving average, like when you get below a certain one, you know that there's a huge shift in momentum and, you know, direction, structure, market structure as well, supplied, and like where the supports are. Just keep it basic. Keep it simple. You don't need to go any more complex than that, really. Everything else is just speculative. All right, I've punched into work. The money's in the till. The lights are on. All set.
Rick, what's going on? How's everything over in Aussie?
Hey, dude. Oh, just woke up not long ago. Just about to open the bottle shop that I work at, the liquor store.
Ah.
And Sunday morning, dude. We'll see how many people, how many fanatics of alcohol come in. Sunday morning, 9 a.m. You know you're truly committed if you're lining up at 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning.
Oh.
When most people are hungover and won't wake up till 11 a.m. or something, or 2 p.m.
That's an early start or late night.
Yeah, I know, right? People
Yeah,
that never went to sleep, they're still, the party goes on.
Oh man, I used to work in the casino business, and we'd get off at 5 o'clock in the morning, and almost every place is closed. So we end up having to find the rare after-hours place, or the strip bars were the only place to go drink and blow off some steam, and go in the back room, shoot some pool, and have some drinks, just because you wanted to have a weekend. You know, because this thing that sucks, you're working nights and holidays all the time, and so you miss out on all those other outings and stuff like that. So.
Definitely. I will say, like, yes, there's shift workers that come in the morning. Like, I'll get nurses that pop in and get a bottle of wine because they've just finished their shift. Like, they've been working all through the night, and they're going home to drink and then pass out.
Oh,
Poor things. What a life.
Yeah, they put up with a lot of shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thankful for them.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. These are the kind of jobs that will not be going anywhere anytime soon anyway. I don't think you're going to get a robot nurse in the next decade.
No.
Although, you never know how rapid things are developing.
Might have robots sorting out the pills and the medications and stuff like that, but you gotta have that human touch.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There was a study back in the early 1900s. I forgot what it was. For some reason, some psychiatrist or somebody came across a thing that in these orphanages, don't hold them and don't love on them and give them hugs and stuff like that. Just let them sit because you didn't want to create this bond, you know, and all this other stuff. And the kids were dropping dead left and right. Like there was no health issue per se, but the actual interaction of human touch and stuff like that is so important. You know, and that's a sad thing about older. And that's a sad thing about older people. You know, they lose their spouse and they just go so long. You know.
Totally, dude. Yep. It's you can't bypass nature. Like we've spent millennia, you know, evolving to this point. If you believe in evolution, it's a different can of worms. But yeah, like
if you don't, you should.
We've been developing for thousands and thousands, lifetimes and lifetimes.
Oh yeah.
To this point, and we can't get off that track very quickly. Like, you know, how you gonna solve that bond problem? Like where humans need, we are social social creatures.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, look how long dogs have been around, and look how social they are. Now they always have to snuggle up to you and come up to you and look at their tail wag when they.
Dogs are amazing.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. An artificial future. I feel like there's going to be a revolt against that at one point. Like they'll just take it one step too far, and everyone's going to freak out and just like knee jerk in the other direction, and everything's going to be like. I mean, you already sort of see it in food. Like there's a huge push for like organic, natural.
Sure.
Because we realize how damaging the artificial.
Oh, especially the crap we got all these companies putting in our food over here. It's freaking just
Yeah.
it's just a cosmic mixing bucket
Yeah.
of crap that they're putting in there.
Yeah. Dude, yeah. Maybe there does need to be a World War III where we destroy all technology and just go back to sticks and stones. Get back in touch with nature.
Oh,
Living off the
yeah.
land.
So many people would not survive these days like that.
Oh no. Yeah, where's my Amazon subscription? Well, here's the
Yeah.
Amazon rainforest. Have
Where's my
fun.
Pop Tarts?
Yeah, where's my
Yeah.
Pop-Tart? Yeah.
I just like it's amazing what how they had to survive and make their own clothes and hunt each meal and prep and
Yeah.
plan
Oh,
ahead, and they had no way to know if there was droughts coming or floods
oh
or
no.
they
It's
just
incredible where we've got to, like in development. Like
Mhm.
from that to living like in the harsh environment and coming up with basically just technologies, right?
Well, look at where
All
you're
the way to
from.
the
Look at the
point. It's
look at
crazy.
Aborigines. Like,
Yeah,
geez,
yeah.
talk about a harsh environment to
Yeah.
survive in.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's yeah. Every part of the world has interesting environments they've
Mhm.
had to deal with. The Inuits of the north, like, damn,
Oh,
that's
geez.
harsh. That's insane.
Yeah.
It's amazing that humanity still found a way in that part of the world when they could have just, migrated
Mhm.
south to where the conditions were a little bit more accommodating, like less
Right.
extreme. But yeah, people found a way in the north, I guess, successfully.
Right.
It's pretty cool.
We just adapted, and I don't know. It's a phenomenal
Yeah,
story, that's for sure.
yeah, it is. Yeah, and oh, here goes first customer. I'll be back in a second. There we are. So yeah, just of how
Was it a
dramatically
nurse that just
different.
was it a nurse
No,
that
it
just got
was
up her shift?
no, a dude just bought 2 bags of ice for his freezer box, I guess.
I had to do that yesterday for a
Cooler
drink
box,
in the
whatever it's
cooler.
called.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
yep.
grilling my
Just
ass
bought
off
back in
all
the
day.
way. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
Grilled up too much food and ate too much.
sounds good.
Yeah, whenever I fire up the grill, I got one of those green egg type grills, those big ceramic grill. Like I always make enough food for almost the rest of the week. So like if I'm gonna fire this beast up, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna make a
yeah.
whole bunch of stuff so I don't have to
Make the
cook the
most of
rest of
it.
the week. Just warm it up and
Oh,
yeah.
that's cool. So good. Yeah, I have just a basic barbecue, nothing too extreme
Mhm.
about it. I'd love to get into smoking though.
Yeah, this is great.
Smoking
You can
meat.
use it as a smoker. You can use it as a grill. Like I've done
Oh,
Italian
cool.
turkeys on there. Um,
Mm.
like I did ribs for 3 hours yesterday, and it stayed right at 250 degrees the whole time. And
Ah,
it just yeah, they're really versatile, and they have different
nice.
levels you can raise and lower the grills, and then they have deflector plates that you can put over the top of the coals, so there's no hot spots that come up. It circulates around the whole grill, and the whole grill's made of ceramic, so it actually
Yeah.
heats it from all sides. And kind of does
Mm.
what do they call it? Not condensation, convection.
Convection?
cooking.
Ah, that's cool. My brother-in-law has a what's the brand? It's like a pellet-fed smoker,
Oh
like
yeah, right.
Traeger
Trigger.
or something like that. Traeger? Yeah,
Trigger. Yep.
yeah. That's impressive. Yeah, and yeah, that's about as much action I've seen. I went to a like a barbecue festival thing, and this dude was smoking crocodile,
Oh my God.
literally
way.
over like open coals. Oh, it wasn't smoking.
Yeah.
I guess it was. I guess that's called just grilling. I don't know.
Huh.
Putting it over like these open coals, and it was just chained up. It was
It's
crazy.
like chicken.
Not a big crocodile. Like it was probably like I don't know, like 3
Oh, the
feet
whole thing.
long.
Whole thing
Yeah,
was on the grill, eh?
the whole croc. Yeah, the whole crocodile. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
I've had
Yeah, I've never tried it. You said it tastes like chicken?
I've had crocodile tail before. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a little more firm, a little more dense, but
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I mean, it usually comes with a dipping sauce. So once you put it in the sauce, just kind of,
Oh, yeah.
it's pretty similar to just
Nice.
taking like a chicken nugget or finger and just put it in,
Yeah.
some type of sauce. So once it's breaded and fried, and so there was nothing too off-putting about it. But
Yeah, yeah. That's cool. Yeah. So July, do we have any like calendar based things crypto wise or market wise that we have to be aware of? Let's have a look.
good question.
I know there's no, or maybe there is an FOMC meeting, but I'm gonna look it up. I'm getting paid to do this. Thank you, work. Okay, let's filter out all countries except for the US. And we'll go only important data. And we'll go this month. Okay, so we're at, what are we, the 6th of July right now? Okay, we've got FOMC meeting minutes. So that like their meeting, what would you call that? Like just the bullet points that they've come out with.
Yeah.
Is meeting minutes is basically a meeting summary, right?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, and then we've got CPI in the middle of the month, so the 15th of July. And then late in the month, we have a funds rate decision on the 31st. Oh, and advanced GDP. So the first look at how Q2 went GDP wise.
Yeah, I don't think it's
So
going to be too good.
Q1 was negative. So that's 50% of the way to what we call a recession. Because a recession
well,
is
what's
2
good.
quarters of negative growth.
What's going to be really bad is a lot of these corporations, once Trump got elected and then all of a sudden he started popping off about all these tariffs, a lot of them went ahead and ordered a lot of supply and a lot of
Yes.
inventory, and they've been trickling that out the door for these first 6 months. Well, a lot of them are due to run out of that cheaper inventory by August and September. So once that happens, if the different types of tariffs are bumped up, there goes prices, and there's a lot of small companies that are starting to have to close their doors. It's not going to be pretty.
Yeah. Damn.
Well, even the jobs thing
Well,
yesterday, they tried to make it sound good, but it's because they forecasted so damn low. It was one of the lowest forecasts for a June, and I think since like the early '90s or something like that. And only said like 100. Oh well, we should do 107,000 jobs. Well, shit. Normally it's 300. It was so low that they overdid it, and then not to mention the manufacturing jobs went way down, and apparently government jobs went up. Well, if they're doing this Doge stuff and they're cutting all these government jobs, something's not smelling right there. Like you're firing all these people, and then not to mention we've already had low unemployment for years here. Now they're firing all these federal workers. They're going to be out looking for work. Well, what's going to happen to the unemployment rate? That's going to start shooting up. So yeah, there's a lot of numbers in this latter part of the third quarter that not going to be real pretty, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's it, man. Ebb and flow. So
That's right. There's always a
yeah.
golden nugget in there somewhere. Just a matter of rooting it out and jumping on it at the right time.
Yeah. And trying to find the flight to safety during the turmoil. Gold has done that in a big way.
Mhm.
Good old gold. But yeah. Hopefully Bitcoin becomes that avenue at some point.
Yeah. And or ETH.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll
It's
see
weird.
what happens.
More stuff I've been, and again, you never know what the hell's true with all these people on YouTube and all these other, channels and stuff you listen to. But it's interesting. In the last 2 or 3 months, a lot more people are getting bullish towards ETH than Bitcoin. And I mean, I remember when Trump came out with that coin 2 days before he got sworn in. It was on the Solana chain, and everybody back then, that wasn't all that long ago, was saying, well, he's going to really pump the Solana side. ETH is dead. That was just 6 months ago. Well, now all of a sudden, all these big companies and stuff are starting to invest more in. It's such a mind F-U-C-K. I won't say it.
Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, it's I don't think anyone from the years leading up to like, say 2024, 2025, like so from 23 and 22, no one was really gonna like forecasting that there would be, the way that the market has unraveled or like sort of been laid out before us the way it has. Like the story, it's been very Bitcoin dominant for so long. And like not even there's been a couple of little altcoin relief moments but nothing sustaining, no sustained like growth or rallies. They sort of, go up for about a month and then come back, give the whole thing back. But yeah, it's just the economic environment that we're in. Everything's still tight. And it would be strange. I don't know. It'd be strange if the policy of the Fed, like they go from, because it is tight right now, but if they go back to like raising it again, I mean, like logically you would expect like the next phase to be a loosening and a returning to growth after being tight, like, because they achieved their goals and then you go back the other way. But to go back up again would be awkward. And it would just delay everything.
Go over
I
well.
guess we'll see.
But Powell said last week he would have already lowered them if it wasn't for all this tariff BS and
All
you know,
right, I see.
not
Okay.
so. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm guessing the likelihood of a cut in July is like quite unlikely now.
Yeah, that's pretty much already wiped off the slate.
Yeah.
Stuff slowly moving upwards a little bit here on some of these alts. Just in a short, or well, it's a long, but not a very long one on Say and ETH. Did one on Bitcoin too. Hit that take profit. I'm just trying to snipe small bags to equal a larger bag, so when things really start going, I can just drop the bag on a nice fat long on something pumping. But meanwhile, I'll just make some small bags here along the way, because as dead as this volume is, like, can't push your limits.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it was a little bit of like a meme coin rally at the end of last week, or this week, sorry. Like Wednesday, Thursday, there was a little bit of a pop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a
That
few
was
days
fun.
ago, it had a good 4-hour run. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Mudang got listed to some random exchange somewhere. And that
In
rallied up.
Korea.
The reason, yeah.
Oh.
The reason that pops off is because the market cap is so low. And all it takes is like a couple of big players to move that thing like impressively. So, and as soon as the chart gets moving, that can in itself attract more volume, because people are like, oh, let's ride that trend. And then all of retail jumps in and get a bit of like a snowball. But yeah.
And that's where the FOMO hit you. Like, okay, how high up am I gonna ride this, or how long is it gonna take for all of a sudden it to come back to earth? And you got to control your greed, and that's only something I think that a seasoned trader starts to learn, because when you first getting into it and that thing's going up, you just get that hopium and you just stay in too long and give back too much.
Round trip it. Yeah. I think we've been trained, like, so the crypto market as a whole has been trained, especially this year and a lot of last year, to take profit. Even though it's a bull market, it's like take what you can when it presents itself. And that's why things kind of lose their energy a lot quicker.
Peter out. Yep.
Yeah, like things just fade, man. So it's like you should take it as soon as it starts looking good. Take it. No financial advice, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Gone are the days. Well, at least for now. I mean, it could return to the conditions where, like, you are rewarded for being committed to a long, and leave it open and ride out the dips, But
what's interesting, there's this new there's a new site where you can go and create coins, stuff like that, and the devs are rewarded for not rug pulling and for staying in there longer, and called Candle TV. And that way they're trying to build back the meme market, because everybody, the first 4 months of this year, like, nothing ran. Like, everything was so short. Like, as soon as it pumped, they were dumping it, and pumped and dumped. Like, if you weren't like one of the top guys that knew how to get in and out, like, within 15 to 20 seconds, if you already made half a soul to one or two souls, it was just
Wow.
getting rug pulled, and it just
Yeah.
completely gutted the whole meme
Exactly.
side. So
Get that stop loss in place. That's all I can say. If you're up in profit,
yep,
first step is to get the stop loss. Well, before you even open the position, stop loss should be underneath your entry somewhere. But as soon as it starts to get
mhm,
up into profit, take it to break even, the stop loss. And then if you're lucky,
yep,
you'll get
just keep
the
sliding it up.
ability or the
Mhm.
chance to keep, yes. But don't move it. Don't take it away. Like leave it in place. That's what I've been doing anyway. And not saying that this is what anyone has to do or should do, but this is just what I've been doing. Just stop losses, man.
Yep,
They help. They definitely help.
it's made my trading the last 6 weeks a lot different. I
Mm.
start out with my stop loss a lot closer to the original starting spot. And that
Yep.
way, if all of
The
a sudden it
open.
does wick down real quick, I lose $2, $3, $4, whatever, But if it
Yeah.
goes up,
Yeah.
then I bring it up to even, and then I just keep sliding it up and,
Yes.
lost out on some bigger ones because I got wicked out. I might
Stop
have only
out.
made $10, $15 or something like that. But
Right.
the few times that I regret that, more times than not,
Oh,
I would have stayed in too long and it would have dropped below there, and then I would just have my butt handed
yes.
to me. And I saw that
Exactly.
way too many times.
The alternative to not having a stop loss is way more painful and damaging than getting stopped out
100%.
for like whatever X. And if you're getting stopped out repetitively, well, maybe you're trying to trade in a market that isn't trending, like it's just chopping sideways, which is it's okay to not trade. Like it's some days are just no trade days. Like, there's just nothing to be had because
Yep.
everything's going somewhere and then giving it back and then just zigzagging the whole day, which means stop outs are common and frequent. But yeah, it actually I've been trying to do this more as like sit on my hands and wait for the big days that are very obvious. It's like, oh wow, this thing's, there's a strong trend. There's a huge surge in volume. There's a theme going on, There's like literally a trend. Like it's a trend to go long or it's a trend to go short.
Well, the way it
But
was the other day with the, alts, like it was obvious, like
yeah.
because
Oh yeah.
Bitcoin
Very
dominance
clear.
was falling and everything was just
Yep.
banging.
Exactly.
That's what I talk about, just clipping these small little bags to equal bigger
Mm.
bags and then just jump in at first. I'm even looking
Yeah.
on crypto bubbles right now. I've never heard of this coin, AIN. It just
Oh,
pumped
okay, yeah.
451%. Well,
Yeah,
guess what?
that's
That sucker's
really
gonna have to give it back
random.
here. So you start
It
looking at
will
a,
have
a
to,
quick short.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what goes up must
shorting's
come down.
yeah. It's a different animal, different approach. The whole shorting thing is interesting, like, because what to short becomes so much clearer because it's, only a handful of things will pump stupidly for the day. And it's like, oh, okay, now I have I've got things to look at. I've got things to target to jump into a shortfall, right? Whereas to go long, it's like you're picking a needle out of a haystack. Like it's the whole market, like thousands of coins, and you have to try and pick what's gonna boom. But trying to pick what's gonna fall is easier to do because it's like, oh wow, that shit coin just
I've
pumped
I've made more money.
200%.
I've made more money. Yep, I've made more money on shorts than I have on longs.
There
It's
you
just
go.
easier for me. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's the TA that I use
Yeah.
or what, but it seems like when stuff drops, it drops quick and you're done and
Yeah.
over. You're in and out in 5, 10, 15 minutes. In the
Yeah.
longs, except for the occasional, big spikes, you're sitting there for hours upon hours to try to get it. And
Oh
I
yeah.
just and there's too
Oh,
many. There's too many. The longer things go on, the more shit that can pop up and all of a sudden blow it out of the water. So,
definitely. Oh, I gotta go. I'll be back.
all right, yep. Come on, Ghost, let's fire this game up.
My bad. I just realized my mic was open. You want to know the settings he uses for this RK10 ribbon? Kind of curious on that. Mine looks different than his.
What up? What up, everybody? Sounds awesome. So the 50 EMA crossed the 200 EMA about how long ago? 1,700 hours, whatever that would be. I think it's 5. Um, that's on the 5 minute. Does anybody think that it's gonna pump up from this little, I guess, end of the triangle? Sorry if the voice sounded weird. I had 3 YouTubes playing in the background.
It could potentially could. It's hard to tell right now for sure.
Yeah, because I see it bouncing off the 50 right now, or using it like support. It's got like a little wick to the downside on the 5, right where that little, I guess, crux is. Like I guess for the whole price action, like the triangle, like where it ends, the point, I guess. Um, so yeah, this
Yeah, I
should
know
be
what you're.
interesting. It's gonna take below that, or maybe jump up.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks to me like it's going up, but it could easily be a fake out too. So you want to wait for some
Well,
kind of validation.
yeah, well, I was gonna say one thing. You use the extended lines. One thing is where when it jumps out of like the triangle, like towards the end of it, it'll jump out, and like oftentimes when there's like with the extended, you get like a little, not bevel, but I call it like a vortex. It's like a drain. If it's coming from the top, it'll pull it down, and if it's from the bottom, it'll like pull it up. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, when you use those extended lines, you get like an X. Uh, and like instead of the triangle, because it continues to the other side, it's like a mirror image of an X or whatever it is on the other previous side. And
Yeah.
it'll pull it down to that little center point of the X. But if it's from the bottom, it'll bring it up. It's either it just depends on the price action. If it's if the price action's going up and there's an upward trend, usually it'll bring it down to it. But if it's like a downward trend in reversal, it'll boost it up, almost like like the magnet versus the those things that you jump in. It's not skydive, it's indoor skydiving, kind of like that. Or it'll just suck it in. Really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Usually that is a point. DJ calls them bow ties because they look like bow ties to her. And there is often stronger price action right at the vortex, as you call it, of the bow tie.
Bow ties. That's it. Like, yeah, like a Klaus Nomi bow tie or something like that. Giant one. Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to tell right now for sure, or else we'd all be rich. But
Oh,
I mean, to me,
totally.
it looks like it's going to bounce. But then I also, I don't know why it would take the liquidity above first, unless it's going to go down further, which I would prefer not to happen. Like, just my intuition or whatever is telling me that it's going to go down. But the chart
I
to
want to
me
say
also.
I want to say, well, it's because usually when I get like the 50 crossing was it 50? Yeah, 50 crossing the 20, it'll usually go down on the 5. It'll usually go down first, and then it'll bounce and then do an uptrend, and then on the second leg of that, like upshoot, that's when it'll usually cross, and that's where I would usually enter. But the price action's been so wacky lately. Everything that I think is going to happen, it's literally the exact opposite. Like if I if I would have
I
pushed the
know.
exact opposite, I'd have so much more money.
Yeah. I have I haven't even been really charting because it hasn't been working. I've just been more in reactive mode. Or right now, I just know that it's going to go up eventually. So I don't want to miss it because it's probably going to be a fast move. So I'm just in it with a really, really low liquidation. I'm just going to ride it however long it takes because I can't even really. Well, plus, I'm really busy, so I don't have a lot of time to look at the charts right now, but it just seems so pointless lately.
Yeah. Well, the only thing like I can say is, you know, at least when you do it like with those extended lines, um, the extended lines are always there. So as long as you're tracking, eventually, like probably 4 or 5 hours later, you'll run into those lines again because the
Yeah.
price action's been doing that weird sideways crap. So you'll end up running into them and you'll be like, oh, okay. And then you can see where uh, where the ceiling would be for resistance. It's like, oh, okay, well,
Right.
that's right there. It's not coming up right there, or it's going to bounce right there. And I'll be honest with you too. It's been breaking a lot of those lately. It'll go up to them and it'll break them, and then just grab some liquidity right there, then boom, like just trap
Right.
somebody,
That's
and
what I'm saying.
it's
Yeah, you
go.
can't. Any of your traditional TA. I mean, I'm sure that there is some. I just haven't been doing it for a while now. Seem to be doing better without doing much TA. But then again, I've been staring the charts intently for so long that um I don't even, I can kind of tell from what the MAs are doing in the different time frames and whatnot. So it's
Yeah.
become a little more intuitive lately. But I really should
Well,
start charting again.
I was
I'm
thinking
very
it
disappointed
may.
because all of my. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, for the weekend trap, since it seems to be extended, because it has made no move that trapped anybody yet at all. Well, if everyone, it's been up and down so much that if you were trapped, you're out 15 minutes later, essentially.
Yeah, unless the two
But
CMEs
it,
are trapped.
yeah, I think they're waiting. I think it's gonna go up. Or actually, I think it's gonna go down. Maybe drag the 200 down a little bit, and then shoot up really fast. Since it's still with the 50 under the 200 on the 15. So yeah, I think it could just go down really fast, and then boom up. So maybe to that, what, 105. I'm sorry, like 107 300. Is that what he has on the chart? It's hard for me to see. But there's that little gap of liquidity, and then probably from there bounce up, and then that would cross the 50 would cross the 200 on the 15 going up, and then it would just be up city taking all the rest of the liquidations from the top, hitting all the liquidations from the top. I don't know. It's fun to watch. It's like watching an
It is.
ant farm or something like that.
I mean, what you're saying about the 50, it is above the 50, and I mean, I haven't really drawn it out, but it looks like you could definitely draw out a upper trend line, downward trend line, and it would be retesting up that about where the 50 is. I eyeball it. I'm mad at Bluffin right now because I don't know what happened, but my charts got completely reset to like the factory
Yep.
settings. I lost all my
Yep.
drawings. I lost all of my settings, and I kind of have, it's complex. It's going to take me a bit. So in a couple indicators, I haven't had MAs up. I have no drawings. So yeah, I'm a little
Yeah,
frustrated by that,
Weex
but
did that to me.
really, it's frustrating, right?
Yeah, Weex did
It's like,
Weex did that to me, and MEXC. I don't know what they reset it, but it's almost like when I went back in, all my charts were gone. The one thing I don't like about MEXC is that also you can't like really write anything. Like there's really I can't find a way to write notes. I can't invert the chart, and I can't very limited. The indicators are terrible as well.
On Mexi, you can invert the chart. You just, I think it's Alt-I. It's either Alt or Control, but I think it's Alt-I. But you have to click on the chart first or it won't work. Just click on the chart in a random spot and then Alt-I.
I can do it on Blowfin and I can do it on Wix, but I can't do it
I
on
was doing
Mexi.
it on Mexi.
Like,
I was doing it on Mexi. Maybe
yeah,
you
I
didn't try
can't.
to, maybe you didn't click the chart first. I don't think they would have changed it. Yeah, Mexi got me too. It's difficult when you're used to seeing all of your things and they're all gone. You know, but that's okay. I'm sure some good will come of it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I got really bad ADHD, so I'm clearing my charts every time there's like a change in price action. I just clear it and go back and, you know, do those extended lines over the tops of everything first, and then that'll give me kind of, you know, the foundation, and then from there I'll just go hit the lows that originate from that point and the highs that originate from the, you know, the lows that originate from the lowest points, and they come down, and eventually, you know, like days later, you can hit those up again, and they'll act as, they'll make those little bow ties or whatever, and I can't. I understand now. It's, have you ever played Zelda, but like the original one?
It's so long. I have, but I don't even remember. It's been so long.
Well, you go through the, you, if you can't really beat it because you need to go through it and you need to get like a map. You know what I mean? You need to get the maps and stuff in the castles to find out where everything is. Otherwise, you're just going, you know, into random rooms doing random stuff, and you're never going to get, you know, beat the castle. So, like with the TA, it's almost like having the map, especially with the extended lines. It's almost like you're looking at it and being like, okay, well, that's definitely going to do something here. You know, which way it's going to go? Well, maybe a 60% right here and a 40% right here. But the fact is that when you know it's going to change, you know, that's, I think that's like half of it, at least finding out where it's going to change or when it's going to change typically.
That's why
But
I usually don't delete any of my lines. Unless
yeah,
I can see that it's just a BS line and I was completely off base. But you know, any of
oh,
the
totally.
valid lines in the future still can come up again. I mean, maybe some of them are, you know, not going to come up for years and years, but you know, and by then if they're even a little bit off, it won't matter. But you know, some of them do come back. Quite a few of them actually. So yeah, I usually
I've never had
on my lines.
you know, and oh, there it goes. It's going up. Well, it's going up on the 5, but yeah, it looks like it's just, I guess, a reversal instead of going down, going up, but it's a quick one, like a U, just like, whoop, and happened right where that little bow tie was. So let's see. This should be getting good. What indicators do you have on TradingView, or do you have a TradingView?
I have TradingView. I don't use it very often because I'm doing so much on my computer, and with as many trades as I have open on Blowfin, even though I have like 32 RAM or whatever, it's still it takes a lot of my resources, so I only open my TradingView for special occasions, even though I have premium. I need to find a solution for that. But I mean, I use I like Supertrend. Zigzag, I don't really, that's kind of BS, but I still have it up. I'm gonna use my EMAs and MAs. I put both of them up so that I can see how they cross because it gives me information. And I have more of an extended stochastic RSI and regular stochastic, regular RSI. MACD, of course. Volume. Yeah, I think that's about it. What do you use?
I've been talking without holding the button down the entire
Oh,
time. You asked what I used, right?
yeah.
Just on TradingView, I don't have the premium or anything like that. My computer only has. I work from my laptop. I got a gaming laptop. It's like a Acer Nitro. Um, so I don't run many things. I'll have TradingView open. I have Blowfin open and Mexi at the same time, plus the YouTube stream on 1080 because I like to see everything on the chart, like zoom into it. But typically I'll use the 7 the EMA for like 7, 21, 50, 100, and 200, and that's just on Mexi, and I'll use the like Fibonacci retracement on TradingView, but I use the auto one. If because I've used the regular one on Mexi. And then just the EMA cross, the 50 and 20. And that's about it. I was just using the 7 and 21. I had set my it was on weeks. That's like the first one that I used. Just 7 and 21, the EMA cross, and it was I couldn't understand why it wasn't working, but I was going like on the 5 minute. And I was like, oh well, if I wait for it to confirm on the 15 minute, then it's a little bit better. But it was still like a crapshoot with it. But with the 50 and 20 EMA cross, that one hits. Like it will when it on the 15, and not financial advice, but when that hits on the 15, it's going up. Or if it hits, when it flips for that little death cross, it'll go down. And I've been looking at it and looking at everything before, like, and the 5 minute hits and it does some wacky price action where it goes down for hours or whatever, stays sideways, but then you'll get like a pump up. It's just a boom, a rocket up when the 15 hits it. Well, actually, before the 15, before it hits the 15, you'll get one move up, and then like halfway there, that'll be the confirmation for it. And then typically you'll get like another pump, and then that's where like that EMA cross would be, like right in the middle where that pump begins. It's pretty interesting. Like once you I guess back testing is what you would call it, just looking at all the stuff from the past and see what worked, so you can get a sense, because a lot of the moves are the same. They rhyme. They're not exactly the same, but they
Yeah,
definitely rhyme.
my ADHD doesn't really let me back test. But I just I watch for patterns in present tense. Just like pattern, I'm teaching my brain pattern recognition. I've been studying the charts for a very long time, so even things that I may miss, my subconscious can pick up, and it's starting to come together.
Oh yeah, you can what I found was like the head and shoulder patterns, the double tops, those little Bart Simpson hairdo looking things, the W's that flip into M's, or the M's that flip into W's. The cascading and stuff like that. You realize it. It's like going to a zoo and watching a bunch of animals, and you can be like, oh, well, if you yell at that one, he throws feces at that one. Or if like if you tickle this giraffe or whatever, it comes down or whatever. It's like an animal in itself. The price action is like an animal. It's like playing Snake essentially, but you're trying to trap it. I'll be honest
Okay, I
with
was
you.
following
I've
you up
thought of.
until Snake.
Go ahead.
I said I was following you up until Snake. You lost me on Snake.
Oh well, not Snake, because Snake is more you're trying to stop it from hitting itself. It would be like the opposite. You're trying to trap it to find out where it's going to go. You're not actually trapping it. It's more of like tracking it to find out, putting it in a pen and being like, okay, which way are you going to go out? You open two sides. You'd be like, which way are you going to go out? And, it goes out to the left, it goes up, it goes out to the right, price action goes down. I've been thinking of multiple ways that you can make a video game out of this. So it's not even, it's so like a regular person could do it. You know what I mean? Like it
It's like a
going up
puzzle.
and
In
going
your mind,
down.
it's like a puzzle maze.
Kind of more like a hunting game. If it was a hunting game where you're hunting the price action and you could shoot it wherever you wanted to and stuff like that. And you could be like, oh, I lost. You'd play with crypto. You have your crypto account and you link it to it. And you just play the game, and you see if you can, take some scalps, or it's more for like people who are trying to scalp. To be honest with you, like on a lower time frame, like probably about the 3, 5, probably even the 1 if you're an expert or something like that. But you could totally make a video game out of it.
A shooter game. Shoot Bitcoin. Be pissed if you killed it.
Well, you wouldn't kill it. What you're doing is you're sniping the how do I put it? You're sniping the price, if that makes any sense. So
They already
it's
had this
like if you're
game. They already have this game. It's
They
called
have
Dope
it?
War. Yeah, it's called Dope Wars.
No. It wouldn't be the same.
I
Like
know.
this would be the action. It would be like actually tied to a crypto market. Like you would have you'd be like, okay, I'm gonna go to this exchange or wherever that has the video game. So in the video game, instead of saying like, okay, I'm gonna put a quarter in or I'm gonna pay for a subscription, you hook up your wallet to it. Okay, it's secure. It would be secure. However, it's in the future. I don't know the semantics of it, but you go ahead and link your wallet to it, and then you could put how much your margin is going to be and whatever, and then you play, and you're essentially hunting and tracking the animal, which in this case would be the price action, and you do your TA and stuff, and you can see like, okay, I think it's going to go over here by this tree, so you just hang out right there and you hide behind a tree or whatever, and when you see your price coming up, if you're right and if you're correct where you believe price action was going to go, then boom, you could take your profit, i.e., shoot the price action, and then boom, you just take your profit. And if you're wrong, you're waiting there, and you have to wait till it comes back to your area, or you can just cancel it. You'll lose your, whatever you wanted for whatever margin you put or however much it costs, and then you can go ahead and play again. Uh, that's the way
Sounds like
I would do it.
you just need a good imagination and you can do exactly that.
Yeah, as someone, I don't know the first thing about creating video games, but if someone could actually do that, so many more people would get into crypto. It would be the new gaming thing, because gaming's already dying. Like these video games are terrible nowadays.
So you're just changing the
It,
interface to a game interface space instead of the basic interface that the exchanges have
a
now.
basic console. Instead of it would be like a Web3 thing. You know what I mean? Because I think all this internet, it's just the regular internet, it's just gonna go to crap. Like we're gonna have a new structure, I believe, and it's going to be based off of crypto. And I think that would be a cool integration to get people who are younger into it. So, because people don't know about this, you can't go out and just talk to people about this. You guys are like the only people I know. Seriously.
People are getting wrecked now. Can you imagine how wrecked people would be getting if they walked into it like it was that?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, and
Just
there would
levitate
be
people's
total. I'm telling you, it would make money. that way. You know what I mean? People would get wrecked if people are getting wrecked now. I mean, they're just doing it, gambling, regular stuff. You know, it would it be a form of gambling? Yes, quite possibly, quite possibly. I don't know, you know, the laws
But
regarding it or
with guns and trees.
huh?
Gambling with guns.
Well, yeah, but I mean, or you could, actually that'd be a good idea. Make it a VR game. Why not? Make it a VR game where you know you have to do it that way. But everything is like personified as like an actual thing. Like the price tag should be a thing. You could buy indicators. That would be the I forgot what it's called. DLC. You DLC indicators, and then you could DLC like the heat map, like liquidation heat map or liquidity heat map or whatever, and then you can be like, okay, well, you know, there's more food this way, so more than likely the animal, which would be price action, is going to go this way, this side, or there's more food that side, or there's better food that smells, you know, more hearty, and those would be like the liquidation heat maps, you know, where it's really bright. Those would be like the smellier smelling food that the price action animal would go for. It's it,
Okay,
it
well,
would be a really
I'm
cool thing.
actually I'm surprisingly following you on this. That does sound kind of fun. Having the
Yeah,
whole
I,
landscape
I'm,
with the yeah,
well,
yeah.
when I was talking, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, I've just been thinking about it like since I was doing all just the charting and stuff, and you know, looking at it, I was like, oh, okay, well, this looks like a video game. Like it looks like a plane, like an Atari plane, you know, where it's just all lines and um, the way they have the lines, it makes it looks like it's far away, or that there were peaks and mountains, like that was like the price action where all the peaks were, and yeah, it's just I could see it as a video game. Like there's all this stuff that they could integrate with it. This is it's in its baby phase right now. Like it's in an infant phase. When it really blows up and goes mainstream, it's gonna be insane.
You know,
GTA 6 will probably have
the
crypto
way
in it.
you see
Yeah.
it has to help you with trading because you're bringing this to life in your head as you're going and you're keeping all these concepts, you know, in relative, what do they call that, spatial awareness or whatever as you're
Yeah.
going. I mean, a mindset like that is really great for trading.
It's
BJ
like
would get
I'm
along.
obsessed. I'm sorry?
You and BJ would just talk sometime because it sounds like you, I mean, you're thinking about video games and everything, but the way you see it is similar with the
Yeah, I was talking to her yesterday
both.
about it, I believe. But yeah, like if I don't know if anybody makes video games, man, but let me tell you, that would be one to make. And it doesn't have to be a Bitcoin game. It could be it could be for a different token. Someone could make a token, you know, and the token would be tied to the game. So boom, there's its use case. It's not just a meme coin. Use
Yeah,
case
probably
given right there.
token would work, would be a better introduction.
Yeah. And you know, I don't know. Maybe it would be depends how much the gas is going to be for Ethereum, you know. I don't know if
I mean, there's
everybody.
always different networks. Like
Well, and
Solana.
it'll probably be different. It'll probably be cheaper in the future. So, but is Dogecoin on the Ethereum network? Dogecoin on?
I think Doge is just
I don't even
on the
know.
Doge network. I should know this. Never
I have
even thought
no
about
idea.
it.
I don't even have any Doge.
I mean, Doge has its own network, so. When I transfer Doge, I transfer it on Doge.
Oh,
Yeah, I've never
okay. It
even.
said it was similar. It's the Doge. It's similar to Litecoin. That's what I remember. Somebody saying it was similar to Litecoins. Oh, it's a fork of Litecoin's blockchain. Got it. Yeah, we do not support gambling on YouTube at all.
And this is not
This is
financial
not
advice
financial advice. This is not financial advice, nor
or
gambling would
developer
be.
advice.
Yeah. In fact, this is not even advice. There you go.
Just people having fun, sharing ideas online. I think we've covered it. They're aware. They're aware.
We here at the Cypher by Dbloc do not condone any gambling, and this is not financial advice.
According to YouTube, this is not a stream.
There are no
What do they
people
say?
talking. You're imagining stuff. You should go to sleep. Well, I'm sorry, Air Lippy. My apologies.
I wasn't sure how to pronounce the name, so I didn't.
It's Air is usually Sir or Mister or something like that. German, I believe.
So
You got it,
Lippy.
Lippy.
Okay. Mr. Lippy.
Yeah, I worked at a place one time where it was my job to, show the clients like a fun time in the city, and it was part of my job. It wasn't my whole job, but one of the guy was from Germany. He was from a client, and his name was Holger Hommel. But the boss thought that Hair was his first name, so he called him Hair. It's pretty funny.
Hair. Did he have nice hair? Or even better yet, was he bald?
No, this guy had a full head of hair, really thick German accent. But he said I was one of the best workers. I was the one that worked his account, and he was telling everybody, you need to be more like him. He actually wanted to take me to Germany and have me work over there instead of just on the account that we had. Uh, so I was like, well, that would be cool, but I'm gonna need more pay. And my boss was like, well, we can't just keep you on. If I'm like, well, no, I gotta go then, man. So it would have been fun though to go to Germany. Can't smoke in Germany though.
Anywhere? Oh wait, what kind
Um,
of? Okay, I was thinking
yeah.
cigarettes for some.
Oh no. The devil's lettuce.
Gotcha.
You can smoke all sorts in Germany, like in 2006 or 2007.
Wait, what? I think I missed something.
Oh no, that's because I was talking about the. Oh, she has. They have friends in Germany. Well, I mean that's cool. Oh, since the end of last year. Okay, well that makes more sense. I don't think I would have lasted 20 years in Germany though. Yeah, but Lippy, I was talking about my my boss or the boss of the account that I was responsible for. He was German. Herr Holger Homo.
I'll be right back. I have to take my vitamins.
For sure. Thanks for helping me kill about 15 minutes for, one candle.
It's been a pleasure. You're entertaining for sure.
Thanks. You too. That's cool. April 1st, 2024. April Fool's Day. That's hilarious. However, there are restrictions. I'm in New Mexico, and we can actually grow here and all that as well. I myself have 3 plants. I am a medicinal patient as well, and New Mexico is pretty cool, minus all the crystal heads and stuff like that. It's still cool. Lots of great forest and desert parks. You can smoke here in New Mexico as well. I do believe it depends county by county what the fine is. Where I'm at, if you're caught smoking outdoors, it's a $50 fine.
Let's go. Let's go.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
I may actually go bullish right now.
Bulls.
Well, I put a long after that 200 not financial advice.
We got
After it crosses.
trillions and trillions of dollars waiting on the sideline about to come in. And then another 10 trillion. And another 10 trillion. Another 10 trillion. Then another 10 trillion. And then another 10
Instantly,
trillion.
right?
It's going to be $100 trillion coming in the market in batches of 10 trillion.
Trillions and trillions of dollars.
What's after trillion? Like quadrillion or something like that?
Quadrillion?
Oh, yeah,
I don't know. See, the thing is a lot of them sound like the made up words, you know, like oh, like a gajillion. You know what I mean? It's all sounds stupid like that.
Quadrillion and maybe cincillion.
Hey, let's just start with the first trillion and then worry about the rest later.
I think it's probably centillion, and only because like a centennial is like a certain amount, like you know what I mean, of time. So I think
Cent
the
is
cent, and
100.
it would probably be like
Yes,
100.
Yeah, cent is 100 in
So
Latin.
centennial, so it was 100. So it'd be 100 something, I guess.
Yep.
Or maybe it's a 1 followed by 100 zeros. Who knows? I remember the last one was supposed to be Googaplex, but I don't even know if that's real. It was on one of those stupid boards that we had like as kids that like in the lunchroom that tells you about like, oh, chick, it has, you know, like kids playing basketball or something like that with like cool shorts and like, hey, be nice to everybody and like weird facts. And that was
Yeah, I think that was
we,
real
like
a Googleplex. That's like the biggest number they were able to compute or something like that.
yeah, something. I don't know. Like I can't believe I remember that, but that would be cool if it does exist.
Well, that's not the largest number they can compute. 32-bit number right now or 64-bit number. 28 number. You gotta look at IPv4. That's excuse me, IPv6.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, all you have to do is put another, you know, number in front of the other one, and it's instantly higher than it. Or add another zero to it. But you know, that would just go on forever. So it's infinite, basically, infinity. Where it merges from a concept to, or from a number to an actual concept.
I'll be back. I'll see you guys when we're at all-time highs in a little bit. Give it a few hours. All-time highs. Let's go.
Awesome. Have a good one.
I just looked it up. 64-bit. It's a total of 18 zeros possible.
Come on, guys. Big buys or big cries? What's it gonna be?
This is like watching paint dry. Like nothing is moving. So stagnant.
Yeah, it's like still water. It's so close to hitting the 200 MA. Like it's just right below it. It's almost like it's just holding back like a spring. That's what I'm hoping, man. It's right there, and I believe there's a if you do the EMA, like an EMA cross on the 50 and the 20, that looks like it's about it's going to hit as well. If it can go parabolic or just even up, it's going to hit it eventually. Like I don't see it stopping. So that downtrend may be over. We'll see. Hopefully it's not a fake out.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully it doesn't happen when I'm sleeping.
Oh, they'll always do it like 3 o'clock Eastern, or what is it? 5 o'clock East. No, 5 o'clock East. No, I think Eastern's 2 hours ahead of where I am. So it happens one here. So it typically happens, I guess, three over there, and sometimes it happens three over here. So I'm assuming
Yeah.
5 over there.
Yeah, if you're Mountain Time, East goes 2 hours ahead.
Okay, yeah, and California is 1 hour behind me.
Yeah, that's Pacific Time. So you're then East Coast would be 3 hours ahead of you. Yeah.
What do y'all usually like to listen to while you're looking at the charts? I was listening to some Sublime today because, like his Bradley Noel's son's like the new singer. He's not bad. Not like his dad. Like he's missing a couple things, but he's not bad at all. What do you guys like to listen to usually?
I
Yeah,
like
they're-
trance techno.
Yeah, Sublime's coming to Seattle in like a couple months.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, Sublime's coming to Seattle in a couple months. I heard it on the radio yesterday.
Nice. I can't believe Eric Wilson's still playing bass. That guy's old and like, you know what I mean? But he still looks young. That California man, and the herb. You gotta thank Ja for that. Not medical or financial advice.
I just do the gummies for sleep.
I feel you. Yeah, I make my own brownies and I keep them, and then I just eat them through like 15 months. I mean 15 days, and then I'll 15 days. I'll have one a night, and it just puts me to sleep. If I used to take other medication and whatnot, but I didn't really want to take any more pills. I don't really like them. Hard on the liver and kidneys.
Yeah.
But I take that, and it's non-addictive, but it helps you sleep. You wake up, rested for the most part, but
Mhm.
it's legal here where I'm in, and I'm a medical patient as well, so I'm allowed to.
Gotcha. Yeah, I hate the smell. I hate the taste. I hate how it burns my throat and my eyes. I can't smoke it. I just buy the gummies with the CBN and the CBD in it, and it's got a small amount of
Oh,
THC, but it knocks your shit out like it. Because I'm a bad sleeper. I always sleep 4 or 5 hours a night typically, but when I know I need to get caught up, I'll do 1.5 of those and Gonzo, I'm out.
right on. Right on. Me personally, I do like the smell. Uh, I don't. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm not a fan of burnt vegetation. The aftertaste and whatnot. Eat cigarettes, I can't do. Cannot smoke cigarettes. Uh, but whatever's legal and whatever helps you, you got to do what you got to do, I guess. Not life advice.
I just travel a ton for work, and I just don't. Even though there's hardly any THC in them, I'm still afraid to take them on it. Put them in my suitcase or on a plane or something like that. Just
Oh yeah, little technical legalities. In Texas, they had actually they were proposing a bill, and I guess it got knocked down. They were going to ban all the derivatives of THC that they have that are made from hemp, because of the Farm Bill of 2018, and they were going to just end that, and it was going to like a lot of people. I didn't realize how many people were actually like taking advantage of it, and there's quite a bit of different, I guess, analogs of the same thing. They just go in, and it's almost they chemically mess with it. But it's, I don't know, it's the little chemistry like that I don't think it's
right.
regulated. So it's one of those things that's like, I don't know, man. I don't like, you don't want that popcorn lung with the vitamin E based stuff.
Oil.
So you said you listen to trends. Right?
Yeah, if it's quiet on the chat here, I'll just kind of crank that up and watch the charts and do some paperwork at my desk here and some organization,
If you
cleaning
don't
done,
mind me
stuff like that.
asking, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Oh yeah, I'm one of the older guys here. I'm 57.
Oh, 57?
Yeah.
So you were there in the rave days,
Oh yeah,
the actual rave
that's
days.
when it all started. Early 90s.
Danny Tenaglia, Paul Oakenfold, and
Oh yeah.
um. Okay, great. Well, yeah, like, so as far as trance like that, because I was a big Paul Oakenfold fan. Um, Nick Warren, where they had you. Do you remember the Global Underground CDs?
Oh yeah.
They're like 2
Yeah.
discs. Yeah, those were all like, I never heard anything really bad on any really good mixes. Solid. Back in the day where they had file sharing becoming a big thing, like
Oh yeah.
LimeWire and whatnot. Um, yeah, they would have the mixes, but it was the full mix, so you couldn't skip tracks. You had to listen to the full hour
The
and
whole thing. Yeah.
yeah, the whole 70 minutes. And I remember I'm like, oh, okay. But there were some particular songs, like some Paul Oakenfold or some Kimball Collins songs, that they had on.
Mhm.
See, I remember people used to love Ferry Corsten. A little too bright for me. I like a little
Yeah.
bit of, the kind of. Nick Warren had like a sort of darkness, and
Yeah, I
stuff
like
like that.
the
That little.
upbeat, upbeat, higher energy stuff. The other stuff is just gets to be too methodical, just too repetitive, and slow.
I got
Do you
really.
remember a track? You go ahead.
I say I got really lucky. I got to see Paul Oakenfold in L.A. Like, man, 98, 99, somewhere around there. Long ass
Oh,
time.
nice.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
live
that was
15
peak rave
minutes.
time.
I live 15 minutes from Red Rocks, so a lot of shows there.
I remember they'd have the massives. Like we'd get the what was the promotion thing? The flyers. They're like flyers, but on quality paper, and the
Oh yeah.
graphics were unbelievable. Sweet
Yeah,
lord, like
yeah, I've still got a whole bunch of the placards. I got a
oh,
crap load of them
man.
from back in the day. I used to be a little raver kid, though. You know what I'm saying? Like I was into that
Yeah, me
stuff.
too. Me too. Yeah, like
Yep, all the neon rainbow colors
did,
and stuff.
did you wear the visor and whatnot?
No, I had white gloves and lots of candy, though.
Oh, right on.
I was
Yeah,
a
yeah.
little bit
I was
kid.
yeah, bright yellow shirt, like kickwear pants, DCs, and
Yep,
like a
yep.
visor and beach hair,
Yeah,
like
I, I, I
star moon
relate.
bracelets, fluorescent. Nostalgia.
I don't have any of my bracelets left anymore. They're all gone. But oh, maybe I've got a bag somewhere with a few bracelets, but nothing like I used to have.
Yeah, I remember plenty of times like we would trip out at the Flyers, like and it was it was it was crazy, man. Like the music was unbelievable. I remember the laser shows. You know what I mean? Like, and it was
Yeah.
back in the day. Like late, like they'd have lasers. You'd be like, oh man, look at that, that's awesome. Then you hear them play like a certain track. I love John Digby. John Digby is awesome.
Dead Mouse.
Dead, like that's electro house, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's kind of he was kind of a transition from the techno house stuff to get into more to the EDM.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, because I remember Trent. Go ahead.
I was gonna say for Dead Mouse, I liked his bass beats were a lot deeper than it in like normal house. Loved it.
Oh yeah.
Well,
His
one of the cool
drops. Yeah.
things is like he uses sidechain, like with the bass and the kick, so it pulses. So you get like a, you know what I
Mhm.
mean, like with the kick itself, that breathing, like fast breathy type stuff. It was really cool. My friend showed me how to do the effect when on Ableton. He's like, this is what he does, and he sidechained the kick to the bass, and yeah, man, it's that's that's one of the things that made the like Wolfgang Gartner, same stuff. Uh,
Don't
they
laugh.
go
Don't
hand in
laugh.
hand.
Don't laugh though. But honestly, like the Darude Sandstorm, the background, the background buildup,
Oh yeah.
out of control. Like I could still listen to it today and still get the same feeling inside. And don't laugh though, I mean, because that song is been played and played and played.
Well, yeah, no.
Even
I
the younger
remember.
people today, they get into that. Yep.
Yeah,
Because
it's a
to me
high
that
energy song.
yeah, the whole buildup on that song though, the background buildup is just out of control. I mean, it's so great.
Yeah,
And
it's high
I'm almost hitting
energy.
I'm almost hitting 50 and I'm still digging it.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Well, back in the day,
For
see,
years, and that they still use that as a pump up song.
yeah, the generation they got spoiled. Like there came out like so much good music. Like Darude, that's Darude Sandstorm. Um,
Right.
I remember a lot of hard house DJs were using that. Bad Boy Bill, DJ Irene, like hard house. That was a hard house. That was like a staple on the hard
Uh-huh.
house like playlist. I remember that specifically because I didn't like hard house, but then I heard Gabber and I'm like, hard house isn't so bad. Gabber's crazy. But I remember trance, like it was the epic trance that was like, oh man, that's awesome. And then people moved to progressive trance. and then from that they moved to house,
Oh yeah.
and then a progressive, or they moved to progressive house, and then they moved to actual, like, deep house and stuff like that, and everybody got mature and stopped listening to trance. That's what I remember. I remember the whole scene, man. I was like, you guys don't listen to this?
Yeah, sometimes I'll just pull up YouTube while I'm sitting here with the charts up and stuff, and I'll just go back and you pull up some of the early '90s stuff like that, and just oh man.
It's funny you say that. I remember the hate on trance.
Yep. Tell you what, it's the best workout music too.
Yes, you know what? I did a mix and I gave it to my friend, and she uses it to work out. It's that I got one of those. I bought it for my brother. It's one of those Pioneer mixing consoles that have like the platters on it that act like vinyl emulators and stuff. They don't spin, but you can scratch on them and like cue through that as well. Then a lot of this new, I don't even know what it's called, like techno, but it's not. It's like right below peak hour. Like you have peak hour, this should be right below peak hour. It kind of sounds. It's reminiscent of like older trance that was really high energy. Um, Not psych trance. Oh, the psych trance is crazy. The bass line on psych trance is insane. Bassy and a bunch of didgeridoo in the background.
I was on Facebook earlier, and they had these two little kids. I mean, one they look like two brothers. One was probably 7 or 8, and the other one was probably 4. And they had a boom box for him there and gave him a cassette and put it in there and had him push the play button. And I forgot what song it was, but the kids just went bonkers. Like they couldn't believe music was coming out of this big old giant box. It was funny. It's like watching a younger person now try to use the dial rotary phone.
A rotary phone, yeah.
Mass confusion.
I'll be honest with you. Like I was laughing at that, but then I thought about it. And it's like, we wouldn't be able to use one of those old phones that you had to like turn the knob on and then ask for like Pacific Coast 055.
The operator.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
what?
Old school.
Yeah, we wouldn't know how to do that. So like I can't even laugh at the kids.
I don't know. I was an I was an operator for a while, so we've had some pretty interesting calls on being an operator. No joke.
Oof.
I bet.
I bet.
Did anybody call you instead of 911?
No, not that I can remember, but we did have a lot of, like, when you're an operator, you'd only handle like certain types of calls because a lot of stuff was still automated back then, even when I was young. But the craziest stuff was doing like land to sea calls where you're connecting, over to the ship captains from land. It's like a 5-minute setup, and these people are getting charged like $50 a minute to make the phone call. I don't think those are real numbers, but I remember it being crazy expensive. Yeah, a long time ago. There's I got to go down to Seattle. We have the old US West or whatever it was called before that, but the old switch bar equipment, the switching equipment for phone calls. And it's like, I don't know, 2 or 3 stories tall of these bars that everything slides around on to connect calls. It's crazy, like old school technology, all built out of wood. They said, yeah, this is how
Technology built out of wood?
Yeah, they said they showed the big wall here where it was all the crossbar. That's how they used to connect calls. And they said, yeah, all the calls that we did on this entire board right here, we now handle on this one little switch and this one little rack. It was pretty cool stuff going through and seeing it all. I was a phone freak when I was a kid, so I was really into the phone system. So yeah,
Hey,
good time.
let me ask you a question. Voltage, like what's the actual voltage that they have at, I guess, if it would be at the phone company, or how does it get the voltage boost to go to everywhere?
Yeah, I don't know. A great question. Normally, I think you'd look at like the CO would have maintain the voltage for an area, like the central office, or it could be controlled at the post. I know some posts. Way back in the day, there was a box called a blotto box where you could make every phone in an entire neighborhood ring at the same time by breaking into one of the boxes and adding some 12-volt to the whole system.
Sounds like something from hackers.
Yeah, old
Hey
version
guys,
of it.
remember to like and subscribe, please.
Yeah, I
Your
was
support
unlucky.
is appreciated.
But by the time I got into phone freaking, they had already moved up to different signaling called ESS5 in my neighborhood. So I wasn't able to do this thing called blue box. Blue boxing was extremely popular in the 80s, which all originates from a guy called Captain Crunch, who found out that the 2600 hertz you could break into the phone system back in.
With a frequency?
Yeah, 2600 hertz, but basically break into it wouldn't it's hard to explain, but basically it would fool the equipment. It would make you think you're setting up a phone call.
It would let it pass, like let it pass the Trojan horse essentially, but a frequency.
Yeah, well, you could send it a 2600, which would do the initial break-in, and then there's other frequencies you could send to do control commands. Yeah, Captain Crunch, cool guy. Did
Cool
some
name.
math today.
It looks is. Are we flattening out? Is the price action going to be crappier?
And Dom, Bitcoin Dom is just straight across. Just you look at the 15-minute, it's just
They're just playing
neutral.
Pong. They're playing Pong back and forth. It's just there you go. Look at those moves.
Yeah. I've been in a handful of trades for like 5-6 hours, and they're just, and I mean, I set take profit and stop losses, pretty close just to get some quick snipes. And they're
I
not
will.
moving.
Yeah, I will say
They're
this:
at the same.
if you can figure their ranges, like right now, like if you can at least figure well within the range, you can make some pretty good trades because it's just going from up to down, up to down, up a little more down, a little more up,
Yeah,
but it's
that's
still
what I've
coming
been.
up. And
That's what I've been doing. I use parallel channels. Use
yeah,
yeah,
I was gonna
just a
say if
parallel
somebody had a
channel, and
bot,
then a
yeah, if
parallel
somebody had a
channel, and
bot,
then
I
I
was just
just
gonna
draw.
say, go ahead.
Yeah, and then I draw a line down from the highest peak down to the inside of the parallel bar. Just make a triangle. And man, when it goes up and hits the top, then I set a short, and it comes down and it hits the bottom bar, and then I set a long and it goes up. And then it just,
If
I
I
mean,
had
it might be anywhere
a bot,
from,
I would do that all the time. Absolutely.
yeah.
Especially right
I
now.
mean, it might only, when it gets more narrow, it might only be $12, $15, $20 win, but
Not financial advice.
It's a win. But get enough of those and get a nice little bag for when stuff starts blowing up, and just drop it right on it.
Yeah, it's times like this trading on the 5 is, I wouldn't say recommended. I never say recommended.
Yeah.
I never said that. You can't make me say that. But yeah, I wouldn't. I on the 5, that's where I would be doing it. Jeez, like that's.
Have you guys had issues with the Discord the last few days? Just constantly, just like every 20 minutes, it just switch out, like it just stops working. You got to go in and
Mine
reset it.
earlier in the week, mine it said hard update failed, update failed. So I restarted my computer, and another update failed. Then I took the VPN off. When I took the VPN off, it worked and it updated. But when I had the VPN on as well,
Yeah, I've
I
done
forgot what I was
everything.
gonna say.
I've had VPN
Oh,
off. I've had VPN on in the US. I've had VPN up to Canada. I've had VPN across the freaking ocean. I've tried everything. It's just been like for 3 days now. It's like every 20 minutes, it just the Discord just all of a sudden just locks up, and then I gotta, just it's not a big deal. I just gotta hit the refresh button. But
yeah.
sometimes you're in the middle of listening to like Dbloc give some good TA, and like, oh,
Yeah, it was doing that the other day. It gets kind of, and then in and out.
yeah.
Yeah, it was doing that. Definitely, I can tell you it was doing that to me.
And they said that death toll up in Texas is up to 51 now. Jeez. It's awful.
Yeah, where I'm at, we got some mountains, and they've got some pretty bad. It's fairly close to Texas. They got some pretty bad flooding. And one of the reasons over here, it's like they had a fire, right? So the fire, I guess, took away a lot of stuff that stops it, like a lot of brushes or whatever. And I guess the ground, a lot of that was going. They had like deer that were like stuck in mud or soil, or I guess whatever you call forest floor. Um, and like a lot of businesses and like homes just got washed away. But in Texas, where was it in Texas? Wasn't anywhere there mountains. I think it's just plains.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the exact area.
Let's find that out. I got you. Central Texas. Let's see where this was. Me and my band at the time, this was like about 18 years ago. We toured all of Texas. It took us 2 months. Okay. That's I mean the closest it's kind of in the middle of Austin and San Antonio in a weird way. Kerrville. Yeah, so I guess if you know where Fredericksburg is or San Antonio, it's somewhere around that area. It's central. Yeah, so it probably more than likely was just plains, like it's just flat. So I guess the water was trapped.
And the worst thing was it happened like 2 or 3 in the morning. Everybody was sleeping, and there was that girls' camp, summer camp, that washed a bunch of them away.
Yeah, it's horrible news.
Whoa, hey, Say finally hit my take profit.
Nice.
Yeah. I've been in that one for a few hours and just
How's Gun doing right now? I know everyone was going crazy yesterday with that.
yeah, that thing was just taking off like crazy. Let me take a quick peek.
Ripping.
What did I just do? And it's got a giant green candle right there. Oh. And then just a bunch of little specks. It's in the 15-minute. I'm going to go out to the 1 hour. Yeah, it just because the trading has been so light today. Like I'm on the 1 hour candles, and most of them are just tiny little hash marks. There's nothing happened. But then the last 1 hour candle was a nice big green one, but it's right in the middle of the channel, so I really don't want to play with that one until it hits the top or the bottom. And now when I look at the gun on another page, all the candles are there. I wonder if that's a different gun. Oh, completely two different coins. My bad. This other one was guns versus
That's how
gun.
they get you.
Oh yeah.
I would say this is going to go from 108, 164 to about 108 to 66 for this next candle. Since it's all just candles now, structure doesn't mean anything.
Right.
So I guess the real question to ask, because obviously, I don't think we're in the trap right now, right? Like they haven't done the trap yet.
I don't think it's set up yet. If I remember right, I think Dbloc was looking to set something for that. I don't remember that was something I heard him talking about this morning or late last night, but I think he would already have it listed in there.
Well,
Yeah, it was
the thing is it looks like we're gonna go get that CME like up and get the liquidity, but at the same time, it's like, is the false move going to be up and then they're going to throw it down, or is it going to be like, oh, it's it's ending, like it's done, and then go up, and then come down, or it's I don't know, man. That's the crux of the issue.
Yeah, it was so slow earlier today. They, I guess, Musk put out an official thing that he's forming that American party. So I jumped on Neo Bullocks. Just had it. There was the first one shit coin that popped up. That was the thing. I made my quick $160 like in about 40 seconds on it. It just spiked up and yeah, and just cashed out right away. That's the only good thing like that kind of like some of those shit coins are good for is on like major news type things. When especially when it has anything to do with Trump or Musk or some type of world news or like.
Let me ask you, like with those other coins that just shoot up really fast, why like you on spots you're allowed to say what price you'd sell it at, right? So you buy it at a price and you're able to go ahead and set the price that you'd sell it at, and somebody has to fill that contract, right? Is that how spot works?
Yeah, I believe so. That's the way I understand it. I use but on for like spot for like the big things, like if I'm gonna buy SUI or Bitcoin or something like that, I'll just purchase it flat out and just hold it, when I know we're in a big dip and maybe sell it later after a big pump. But like for the shitcoin type stuff like this, when something news breaks and the hot thing, like I just jump on Neo Bullocks at IO, and it's just an exchange for coins like that. And there's stuff coming out all the time. I mean, there's just thousands upon thousands a day, and most of them, I mean, 99% of them are eventual rug pulls. But it's a matter of you get in on the first one and you get in early enough, and then you just watch the
You jump,
amount of
while they pull the rug. You jump with with whatever you came with and whatever you made. You jump as they pull the rug so you don't get your feet thrown up above you.
Yeah, and so you just watch the holders, and sometimes, like, if it's the first one that was made and put out, and it's usually within seconds to 45 seconds or a minute of like a big news thing. If it's the first one, you get in that first one, you just, even if it says 2 or 3, 4 holders, you jump into that, and then you sit there, and all of a sudden, people see the news start coming across their phones and everything else. So they start jumping in. All of a sudden, you see holders go up to 200 and 300, just keeps going and going, and it's just a nonstop, just a green candle going all the way up, 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 up. But at some point, people are going to start taking their, their winnings, and then eventually it's just going to, like, sometimes it'll come down, and then people are waiting for the dip to buy in, and then it goes back up again, and then that's the most you're usually going to get out of those coins. You're going to get two chances at it, either at the very beginning where you're going to make the most, or if you get in there too late and you see it drop, you just wait for it to start to go back up again, and then you can go in and snipe a nice little chunk real fast. But for the most part, you got it. When you see something like really breaking, that's a big international news story, something really hot, you just jump on there and just hop on the first one that comes in. Usually usually the first one originated is the one that's going to run. Because after that, next thing you know, there's all these copycats, and they're just rug pulls. The first one's going to be a rug pull eventually too, but it's just a matter of getting in early.
Yeah, I bought a couple things on spot, but I took it out. I just wanted to see how spot worked, and it seemed as though you can, once you get it, you can put your sell price. So I don't like. I would already have the sell price up. Like I guess a measured move from whatever the top is. How it's like automatic.
Yeah, I'm just looking on YouTube here.
Not right now though.
Yeah.
What's
I'm
up?
just looking on YouTube here. Somebody following the page. this dude said, I recently fell victim to a scam. A Discord account named Dbloc.eth sent me a friend request. Later, he gave me the names of 2 websites to copy his trades. And, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Dbloc wouldn't send you a message. I got 2 as well. I had to ask because I got 2 of them,
Yeah.
and I was like, well,
Yep.
maybe
The
one of
day I
them is
signed
real, and
up,
maybe one of
instant.
them's not.
No, he said none of them aren't. He said he'll never.
Yeah, none
He
of them
doesn't.
are.
Because I
Yeah, I
thought
canceled.
maybe the day I signed up on his Discord a few weeks ago, instantly, as soon as I joined, like boom, there was a message there from him. And but
Like
I
a
had been
welcome.
watching and yeah, I had been following him enough, but I hadn't joined the Discord yet that I knew he had said enough times online, like, hey, I will never send you. And so I didn't do anything. And I asked him about it later online. He goes, yep, wasn't me. Don't open that. I go, I haven't. I'm not going to. But yeah, luckily I've learned from everybody, so many other people's mistakes that I don't open anything. I don't click on anything. I haven't, and I haven't luckily been scammed or stuff. I've heard too many horror stories. It just scares the crap out of me. So I don't click on anything. The only thing is if I'm talking to like you and we're talking like, okay, I'm gonna send you a message right now, so we can link up. Then I'll take that. But yeah,
Yeah, sorry, Jackeria.
yeah, if it's unsolicited, don't click on anything anybody sends you. Yeah, Christopher, if you send a friend request on the Discord to Dbloc ETH, you'll get the right guy and you'll get possibly a return from him, but you might want to give him a heads up that you sent it, verbally online, because I'm sure he's afraid to open up anything that comes through too.
Yeah, Jackeria. I wouldn't be able to give any financial advice, but I would advise that you don't give him or them anything at all. Not financial advice, and tell your friends to not do the same. Not financial advice.
The other day, like I was trying to send, some super chats to Dbloc. I wanted to pay him for all of his help and advice and just for what he does. And for some reason, I couldn't do it through YouTube. It wouldn't allow me. So I asked him verbally the other day, how I could send something to him. So he said, just send me a friend request and a
Cash App.
message, and I'll send you back. Yeah, and he sent me back his Cash App. So I sent him money
Yeah,
via Cash
I
App,
think
and
I think I heard
we
that.
linked up. Yeah, but that's the only time.
Well, boys, I'm gonna go make myself some dinner or supper or whatever you eat at 9 o'clock Mountain Time. Keep the charts warm for me.
Will do. Cheers.